at a record high level yesterday and then overtook Microsoft again as the most valuable U.S. company by market cap. Now, that came as it hosted its annual shareholder meeting where CEO Jensen Huang said that robotics is basically the company's biggest growth opportunity after semiconductors. So NVIDIA right now up 1.25%. Sticking with that semi trade, let's turn to shares of Micron, higher by just about 2% after third quarter quarterly results beat forecasts, and the company gave an upbeat outlook for the current period. Micron says data center revenues more than doubled and total sales are on track to hit record levels again this fiscal year. So Micron shares up 2%. Now, those results are helping send other chip makers higher as well. Look at names like AMD and Broadcom and Intel. Broadly speaking, we're seeing a lot of positivity around semiconductor stocks. Now, for more on those Micron results, be sure to tune in to Squawk on the Street later on today, just around 9:15 a.m. Eastern Time, when there's a CNBC exclusive interview with CEO Sanjay Mehrotra. And we'll finish with a check on a Dow component, shares of Nike, higher by just about 0.5%, ahead of the sneaker giant's fourth quarter results coming out after today's close. Analysts are expecting another drop in sales as the company continues to refocus and restructure under new CEO Elliott Hill. The stock is down about 19% so far this year, about 65% below its record high that it reached back in 2021. And Joe, just as a little bit of context and color around that report, the options market is currently implying a 7.5% move up or down on the heels of earnings, and that is bang in line with what it's done on average over the last 8 quarters. I'll send things back over to you guys.
Not a pretty picture of that chart. Dom, all right. Thank you.
You got it.
I think we'll see you again. Thanks.
You got it.
All right, coming up, a big night for the NBA. The first overall pick in the draft was Duke's Cooper Flagg. We've got more on that and a couple of top picks from Rutgers as well. Number 2 and number 4 or 5. Squawk Box will be right back.
Franklin Templeton Custom Tax Management. Easily create custom SMAs with our Canvas platform and help investors keep more of what they earn. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
This moment, story time for Sarah. It means everything to them and to all of us. At Evernorth, we make complex care journeys simpler with comprehensive coordinated care for better patient outcomes. Now, Sarah's grandma doesn't spend all day at the infusion center. She gets her treatment at home with Evernorth's specialty pharmacy, Accredo. So Sarah never misses story time. Evernorth Specialty Services, because every moment counts.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
The premiums were getting unreasonable.
We just didn't need the coverage anymore.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Dick's Epic 4th of July sale is on. Take 20% off Bog Bags and Igloo Coolers, 25% off Stanley Drinkware, $200 off Callaway irons and TaylorMade drivers. Buy any DST item and get the second half price. Shop in-store or at Dicks.com.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus. Now.
Crispy chicken is from a taco place. This crispy chicken is from a taco place?
The taco place?
Taco place. It comes in a burrito, too?
From your taco place, it's also a chicken place that's also a taco place.
We're here for big families. Get big orders delivered with bulk pricing from your favorite club stores in as fast as 2 hours through Instacart.
This is you, rocking the block party, greeting the neighbors, and going all night with boosting beats that return energy with every step. That starts with new Dr. Scholl's 24-hour energy multi-purpose insoles. It starts with Dr. Scholl.
The NBA draft took place in New York City last night. As expected, Cooper Flagg was the first pick, went to the Dallas Mavericks. People had been saying, what's Dallas going to do with this? Of course, they're going to take Cooper Flagg. But then again, after everything that happened with Luka, people were wondering if they'd actually go through with it. They did. He was one of 3 Duke players who was actually picked in the top 10. The second pick was Rutgers' Dylan Harper. He's going to the San Antonio Spurs. He was expected to be 2, and sure enough, he was taken. And he is Ron Harper's son, Ron Harper Jr.'s younger brother. His teammate, Ace Bailey, also from Rutgers, was drafted 5th by the Utah Jazz. He was originally thought to be going out as 3rd. There were some questions, a change in his height by about 2.5 inches.
Really?
That was, yeah, he's 6'7.5", not 6'10".
I want to do that with age. People know, I can't.
Yeah.
We had the San Antonio guy in just yesterday.
Yeah, just yesterday, with the Spurs.
He could have told us what he was going to, what they were going to do.
He might not have, though.
No.
I think they hold that off to the last second.
I can't believe Rutgers, huh?
Yeah, they had 2 and 5. Now, it didn't help us. Our season didn't work out the way we had hoped, but we did have top draft picks, and they played really well.
This has got to be wrong.
Order filled.
Did Milton Friedman really go to Rutgers?
Yes.
Believe
He
that.
did. So did
Order
Mr.
submitted.
Magoo. By the way,
Well, that I believe. Who?
Mr. Magoo, remember the cartoon?
He went to Rutgers?
Yeah, he was a Rutgers guy. The cartoon was a Rutgers.
I always thought he wasn't real. Coming up.
Real cartoon.
Yeah. Coming up, we could call it cartoon. At least I do. Texas Congress Chip Roy going to tell us why he's not happy with the current version of President Trump's big, beautiful bill that is making its way through the Senate. Not happy. Squawk Box will return in just a moment.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Order filled. Order submitted.
I'm Allison Lundberg, strategist at AmericanEagle.com. Wagner came to us with a goal to make their website user experience seamless and simplify access to product information for customers. We build enterprise websites like this all the time. Through a fully integrated digital transformation, WagnerSprayTech.com is now a fast, mobile-optimized website with an engaging user experience. For complete website and digital solutions, go to AmericanEagle.com.
Okay, guys, instead of getting WeatherTech, I saved a few bucks and got some cheap foreign-made floor mats. But they really stink, so put these on.
Really, Gary? Mom, I'm thirsty. Don't settle for cheap, stinky floor mats. At WeatherTech, we make our floor liners and cargo liners here in America out of pure, non-toxic American materials.
Dad, next time get WeatherTech. They don't stink.
I'm on it. Find out everything we have at WT.com.
Nia loved to run, but diabetes almost took that away. With Dexcom G7, she's learned so much about managing her diabetes that she's able to do cross country this year. I think she can do anything.
I know I can.
Luxury meets performance. Peter Millar.
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for advisors. Advisors at Interactive Brokers keep all they earn on our low-cost platform with no ticket fees or custody charges, low margin rates, and high interest earned on idle cash. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
CNBC Podcasts. All your shows on the go. The latest market news and analysis. Ready when you are. Don't miss out. Listen to CNBC wherever you get your podcasts.
We're just a week away from the White House's self-imposed July 4th deadline to pass President Trump's mega bill. But even if it passes the Senate this week, the version they're sending back to the House is getting pushback from some Republicans. Joining us now Republican Congressman Chip Roy, and you've made some strong cases in the past on how you feel, and you feel strongly, Congressman. Is the Senate version, from what you know, a better? Do you like it more than what the House came up with?
Well, morning, guys. Well, first of all, the president is right to want to get this bill across the finish line, and of course, all Republicans in Congress want to try to deliver to ensure that there's not a tax increase on Americans and that we can actually accomplish the things that we said we would do. But here's the problem. We sent over the bill from the House, and we think that it did what needed to be done. Was it perfect? No. I voted for it somewhat reluctantly. But what I could say with a straight face was that I believed with assumed 2.6% economic growth and the revenue that would come in from that, right? Because we believe that if you have growth, you get a little bit more revenue, that with all of that, we would be roughly break even. Technically, we'd lose about $72 billion in more deficits over a decade. But we can't continue to perpetuate additional debt, additional deficits. The Senate bill gets markedly worse. We believe right now, of course, we don't have text yet, let me be very clear, but what we've heard out of the committees, the Senate bill would add about $1 trillion of additional deficits, or at least up to $1 trillion of additional deficits. In addition, it does not terminate the Green New Scam. We fought for that in the House. They're watering it down in the Senate. The president was clear, terminate it. We don't believe we should subsidize inefficient energy that enriches the Chinese. Thirdly, this bill doesn't do as much on the food stamps and the SNAP benefits that we think are problematic from a welfare standpoint. Fourthly, we think there's a significant number of changes that have been occurring in the bill that make it worse. For example, $24 billion we had in remittances for people who are here illegally, sending money back to their home countries, we wanted to tax. The Senate bill takes that out. I could give you dozens of other examples, but the short version is this. We've got to come together to deliver on what the American people heard the president campaign on and Republicans echo, and that is making sure deficits go down, we terminate the Green New Scam, and we get the government where it needs to be so that inflation goes down, interest rates go down, and we can have economic growth. The Senate bill goes the wrong direction. It needs to improve before it comes back to the House.
Why do so many published reports at least intimate that the Senate bill was even tougher on Medicaid reform and actually went further than the House did on some things like that?
Well, so I should say, yes, Medicaid did improve slightly. And I put out a chart yesterday, which you all can look at, that shows that we lose ground on food stamps, lose ground on the Green New Deal, lose ground because of the overall cost of some of the tax permanents, including some taxes that may not be all that economic growth inducing, like child tax credits. But yes, we got about $150 to $175 billion of improvements out of Medicaid. That is good. Rick Scott fought for it. We fought for it in the House. But that's net not good enough. They need to keep the Medicaid improvements, frankly, make them a little better, to end the money laundering scam and to stop all of the able-bodied getting 7 times more money than the vulnerable. But they need to return to what we did to stop the Green New Deal subsidies and keep deficits lower. They got to find more cost savings. You're not going to combat inflation or get interest rates down if you don't do that. You know and I know. If the president replaces the Fed chairman and we end up with somebody that's going to come in and lower rates, that's only one rate, right? We got a whole curve we got to deal with, and you're not going to get those long-term rates where we want them to go if we keep spending money we don't have. Congress has to address that. That's where the Senate fails. But I am proud of what they did on Medicaid, making that better. But frankly, we need to go further, right? We need to do more.
Your colleagues across the aisle stop the presses, but you're going to hear you are cutting benefits for the most vulnerable. And that's all they have to say is they'll say you are cutting food stamps for people so that you can extend tax cuts for the wealthy and for big corporations. And you're going to hear that again and again. But I mean, New York's got a guy running for mayor now. That's resonating with a lot of people in this country right now, Congressman.
Well, here's the problem. The truth of our bill is we have work requirements in the bill that pull it like 85%. Because the American people think that if you're going to have some sort of benefits for healthcare, Medicaid, whatever it is, food stamps, that you should work. And that's in our bill. We believe that the able-bodied should have to work. The vulnerable is what Medicaid was designed for. It's what the food stamp program exists for. So the Republican bill is just a return to the common sense that we have the welfare reform that the bipartisan Congress did in the 90s. We want to return to that kind of common sense. It polls overwhelmingly in our favor. We just have to be clear about that. But let's also make sure we're not going to reward blue state, high tax jurisdictions with a big pop to the state and local tax caps. And that's what, unfortunately, we did in the House. The Senate wants to move in the right direction, but they're already talking about negotiating that back to where the House was, which would be bad because it would cost us another $350 billion. The American people don't send their tax dollars to Washington to subsidize a socialist mayor in New York. They don't want to do that. So we shouldn't do that. But we should have the reforms in place so that the able-bodied do not get 7 times more subsidy from the federal government than the able-bodied, than the vulnerable for whom Medicaid was originally designed.
So you would, to anyone saying that, you're ready to debate them that the benefits are not being cut for needy people for food stamps and Medicaid. All you really are putting in are some reforms that Bill Clinton put in for work requirements. That's all you're doing. There's no overall cuts to the program that are going to leave people hungry and I don't know, needing sustenance.
The overall benefits, Medicaid, for example, goes up some 30% over the budget window. Over the next 10 years, under our bill, Medicaid goes up. Only in Washington can people say that a reduction in increases is a cut. Only in Washington can they say, well, food stamp dollars will continue to go up as well, but those are being redirected and targeted to the people who most need them, and make sure that there's appropriate work requirements and other eligibility checks. We need to make sure that only American citizens are getting them. We need to make sure that only the people who are deserving of them are getting them, instead of those that need to be finding work or are otherwise ineligible.
All right, Congressman, that's clear. Thank you, and we'll see what comes out of the Senate. But if they got you on the first version, and I mean, it's going to probably get done, I guess. We'll see what comes out of the Senate, though.
Well,
thank you.
The Senate's got some work to do, though, because if they don't fix the Green New Scam subsidies, I'm not going to get there.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right, coming up in the next hour, Senator Elizabeth Warren will give us her take on the mega bill on the Senate floor. We'll also get her reaction to reports that President Trump is considering announcing his pick to succeed Fed Chairman Powell. That's coming up at 8:10 a.m. Eastern Time. Also, we'll follow that with Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee. He'll be joining us at 8:30 Eastern Time. Squawk Box will be right back.
Ready for whatever lies ahead, with confidence to navigate all conditions. T. Rowe Price actively managed ETFs, designed to outperform the index.
Every morning, even before the markets open, I'm planning my moves that I make throughout the day. When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up, and that eats directly into your potential returns. I found that Public is really the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. For me, when it comes to investing, timing is everything, and Public allows me to get a step ahead.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, every week you learn something new, and you can immediately just jump right in and use those skills. Because of my degree from UMGC, I feel confident. I have the background when I walk into any room.
Buying a car is kind of a big deal. There's like a million options, and you deserve something you love. At Car Gurus, we get it. As the #1 most visited car shopping site, we make sure your big deal is the best deal.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
With over 40 unique flavors, there's an H-E-B Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason, here, everything's better.
This is the Tempur-Pedic Breeze mattress, and it's designed to help you feel cool. So no more sweating all night, no kicking off the covers, or blasting the air conditioning, because only the Tempur-Pedic Breeze is made with our one-of-a-kind cooling technology that pulls heat away from your body, so the mattress feels up to 10 degrees cooler all night long. During our July 4th sale, save $500 on Tempur-Breeze mattresses and sleep cool and comfortable all summer long. Shop now at TempurPedic.com.
Shares of spice maker McCormick are higher in pre-market trading. McCormick reported the quarterly profit of 69 cents a share. That beat the street's expectations by 3 cents. It also maintained its full-year outlook even as it implements plans to try and mitigate the impact of tariffs. That stock is up by about 4.5%, and it bucks the trend of what we've already seen with some of the packaged goods companies like a Kraft Heinz, General Mills, and others that have struggled.
Coming up, the CEO of PayPal, Alex Chris, and Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark will announce a new partnership. We're going to do this first on CNBC. That's coming up in a moment. Squawk Box coming right back.
You still here?
Yeah, I've been here for hours.
Oh, bad luck.
Ooh, did somebody say luck? Lady Luck is my name, and making business better is my game. Busy. Let me take care of your scheduling for you.
Oh, we have Clover. It does our scheduling for us.
Well, I guess you don't need my luck then. Oh, I could do this. All done.
Oh, I just stay for the game.
With Clover, the world's smartest point-of-sale system. Create your own luck.
With gold and copper prices breaking all-time highs, U.S. Gold Corp offers investors tremendous leverage to both gold and copper at its project in mining-friendly Wyoming. U.S. Gold Corp has a reserve of 1.5 million ounces of gold equivalents, fully permitted to mine, producing a gold and copper concentrate with only 12.5 million shares outstanding and a portfolio of world-class American strategic metals assets. U.S. Gold Corp. Join the golden age.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
I'm into comedy. I'm also into flambanging. What I'm not into is heartburn. That's why I take Voquezna.
Here in Keenan's stomach, Voquezna can kick some acid and relieve heartburn related to non-erosive GERD.
Voquezna is the first and only FDA-approved treatment of its kind.
And it heals erosive esophagitis known as erosive GERD.
Ooh la la.
93% of adults with erosive GERD were healed by 2 months. Of those healed, 79% stayed healed. Plus, Voquezna can provide heartburn-free days and nights. Other serious stomach conditions may exist. Don't take if allergic to Voquezna or while on rilpivirine. Serious allergic reactions include trouble breathing, rash, itching, and swelling of face, lips, tongue, or throat. Serious side effects may include kidney problems, intestinal infection, fractures, life-threatening skin reactions, low B12 or magnesium levels, and stomach growths. Tell your doctor about your medical conditions, medications, and if you have diarrhea, persistent stomach pain or fever, decreased or bloody urine, seizures, dizziness, irregular heartbeat, jitteriness, chills, shortness of breath, muscle aches or weakness, spasms of hands, feet, or voice.
Voquezna can help kick some acid, and so can you.
Ask your doctor about Voquezna. Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on
Order
demand.
filled.
Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus
Order submitted.
now.
PayPal is announcing right now it's teaming up with the Big 10 and the Big 12. Are there exactly 22 teams? Is that
More.
It's like the S&P 500. Yeah. To enable college athletic departments to pay their student athletes directly through the financial platform. This comes after the landmark June 6th court ruling that allows schools to directly compensate student athletes starting on July 4th or July 1st. July 4th just comes out, doesn't it? Join us now to make the announcement first on CNBC. PayPal CEO Alex Chris and Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormack, and Venmo's involved. I want to go back to college and get involved.
And be an athlete.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You have to be an athlete. That cuts me out. Who wants to talk about how this came together?
I guess I'll start.
Okay.
First of all, thanks for having us.
You're welcome.
And I'll also start by saying there's never been a better time than right now for collegiate athletics, for all the right reasons. And there was a landmark settlement recently where for the first time starting in July 1, we'll be revenue sharing with our student athletes. And it does usher in a new age for collegiate athletics and our student athletes, and we're incredibly excited about it. Over the last 14 months, we've been on an incredible journey with PayPal, trying to find out where they could enter the ecosystem. And with RevShare and how ubiquitous PayPal and Venmo are on campuses and in collegiate athletics lives of our student athletes, it made incredible sense to have them partner with us as we pay our student athletes. When you think about PayPal and Venmo, the first and second most popular mobile payment apps in the US. There's 400 million customers globally when you think of consumers and merchants. So it just made so much sense given how they already infuse campus life. I was given a number the other day. There's 19.8 million student athletes across the country, and almost half currently use Venmo. And we needed a platform and a partner that was safe and reliable. And we found it with PayPal and Venmo. And Alex, I want to thank you and your entire team for all your hard work and for being on this journey with us. And it's a great day today for the Big 12, our student athletes, our campuses, the families of our student athletes. So thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate it. And again, tremendous partnership. And as you said, this is now an opportunity to distribute funds to students, but that's not something that schools know how to do, but it's something that PayPal does every day. And so our ability to distribute funds, our ability to now give students in the wallet that they use every day, right? Again, over half of college students are already using Venmo.
You know, I didn't think about it, though. It probably would have been an administrative nightmare for each of these schools to figure out how to pay these students.
This is what we do. And so our ability to move money, distribute these funds, not only the rev share, but then ultimately NIL deals as well. And then, this money is going into wallets that college students use every day. It's what their parents are putting money in for. It's what they're splitting the pizza at lunch with their teammates for. And they'll soon be able to make payments on their tuition as well.
How does this work? Do you pay them to do these services, or is this like a branding opportunity for you to be able to say that you're doing this?
It's a fully integrated partnership that benefits, obviously, the brand of PayPal and Venmo, but also the conferences. They're not a vendor, they're a true partner, and they will be in the ecosystem. And today, obviously, we're announcing, conference participation. But I would imagine that over time, this partnership will be infused throughout campuses all across the country.
So that means you're not paying them? It's a partnership and they get something out of it, too?
What's that?
You're not paying them to do it?
No, we're not paying them.
No, and think about the partnership
where you get the branding.
And on top of that, so think about the branding. Not only is this for college students on campus, but think of all the alumni that have come to these amazing Big 12 schools. We'll be offering Venmo debit cards.
Just for the student athletes, or is that for
this is for
anybody who
anyone.
wants to get
for anyone on campus, any alumni that can come in
You did
and
that for
sign
me,
up.
didn't you?
Absolutely.
That's why you asked.
Colorado, they're right there for you. We've got them for every one of the schools to be able to allow a student to be able to come in, an alumni to be able to come in. This is great branding for us. And again, this is the financial instrument for the next generation.
And we even have one at the conference level, which we're excited about. But it's a great day for the student athletes. And I am sure other conferences are going to embrace this opportunity. I was told last night the ACC is up next. So you're going to see this program roll out across campuses throughout this country. And I think it's the right thing to do. And again,
did you go to them or did they come to you?
Well, that's a great question. When I came on board at the Big 12, I wanted to try to create some meaningful strategic partnerships that could integrate what the schools are doing with the conference and go into the marketplace with a real good business solution. And we started talking 14 months ago. We weren't intending to land where we did today, but it's a great brand. Alex had just taken over. They were looking to reimagine and reinvent their business, no different than we are.
I mean, you've got the demographic that everybody wants. Young
100%.
people at the start of their careers.
It's a young, very coveted demographic.
Yeah.
It's a great point. And they're already culturally relevant and connecting with that demographic, so that was ideal for us. But it's a very strategic partnership, and I think you're going to see us do more and more things like this, where campuses and the conference come together and provide great brands with solutions like we have here with PayPal.
And you're probably psyched. You'll get everybody, won't you? Who else would compete with you with other colleges? Do you think?
Well, look, we are the best way to distribute the funds. What's important is you need to have the wallet that the college students are using. They're not going to be adopting new tools and technology as they're sitting there. They're already using Venmo. They're already using PayPal. Their parents are already using it. The ecosystem exists. Now we get to work with our critical partners here and be able to make it work. So it was a natural partnership. It's a lot of work to make these come together, and I can't thank Brett and his team enough for being able to pull all these schools together and make this happen. But again, we're very, very excited about this, and it's a new day for college athletics and for PayPal as well.
I bet you can get some good seats.
Alex can sit wherever he wants.
I like that.
We're going to make that happen for him.
I like that.
I promise you.
That's amazing. It's just mind-boggling how quickly things are changing. I can't believe that PayPal, which is now ubiquitous and has spawned so many great founders and entrepreneurs, and now the Big 12. I mean, it's just culturally, it's just a major factor in all of our lives, isn't it? And athletes getting paid. No one would have ever thought
It is.
that.
And look, I joined 18 months ago.
Converged.
One of the biggest questions we had was, can you grow Venmo? And you're starting to see it now in the results. We grew revenue over 20% last quarter. We've got our Pay with Venmo up 50%, our debit card up 40%, and partnerships like this just enable us to reach our customers.
I've been with PayPal for a very long time.
Thank
I've got Venmo too. Now, every time I go to pay with PayPal, it asks me if I want to do the pay now, pay later option instead of just paying right.
Buy now, pay later.
Buy now, pay later instead of just paying now for everything. How much of your business is that new kind of idea of get it now, pay for it later?
Yeah, look, and it's connected to the younger demographic. We are finding more and more college students and younger demographic wanting to pay with debit, and buy now, pay later is their credit option. And so our pay later, buy now, pay later product is growing very quickly. And it's becoming, we grew 20%, over 20% last quarter in buy now, pay later. And so it's becoming the way that people want to spend. They don't want credit cards as often. They want debit and buy now, pay later.
Order
and they can
filled.
come to PayPal and Venmo to be able to get that.
Wow, just like, live sports.
Order submitted.
As someone who's in the media and thinks about it all the time, there's nothing more valuable. It's never going to change. There's even Olympic athletes that are going to be covered for this at college.
Order canceled.
Well,
the pipeline to Olympics is our Olympic sport movement, on campus. And, every student athlete will benefit from this partnership, from the revenue generating sports to obviously the Olympic sports. So that's what makes this incredibly important to us.
Yeah. So that's not like a Taco Bell card, my college. There's nothing on that Colorado card, right? It's like I can't get anything.
Not yet, but we'll get one.
Like my NetJets card that Buffett gave me.
Right.
Useless.
It's card, but
it's a card, but
this will be a beautiful debit card connected to your Venmo account, and you'll be able to use it for all your spending and get all the rewards that come with Venmo as well.
All right. So you got Ralphie on it as well, guys. Yes. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, it's 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick along with Joe Kernan. Andrew is off today. Among our top stories this morning, the Wall Street Journal says that President Trump is considering naming the next Fed chair as soon as this summer. The report says that Trump's frustration with Jay Powell is stepping up the timeline. We'll be speaking to Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee. That's coming up in just a little bit. We'll get his thoughts on that report. The Federal Housing Finance Agency has officially issued a directive ordering Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to consider cryptocurrency as an asset in single-family mortgage loan risk assessments without requiring borrowers to liquidate those assets into U.S. dollars before a loan closes. And we're watching shares of Circle coming off a nearly 11% slide yesterday. The stablecoin provider has plummeted nearly 25% just over the last 2 days. Still up over 500% since going public earlier this month. Let's also check the futures right now, and you'll see triple-digit gains for both the Dow and the NASDAQ. Dow's up by about 110 points right now, the NASDAQ up by 121. And then you've got the S&P futures up by 25. Let's get over to Dom Chu. He's got a look at some of the morning movers today. Good morning, Dom.
Good morning, Becky. Good morning, Joe. So let's start with a check on some of the biggest names in the market, the tech stocks, right, hitting new highs. You've got the likes of NVIDIA, Microsoft, Broadcom, all amongst the names that are up this morning after each of them closed at record highs in just yesterday's session. Oracle shares also climbing as well after they hit an intraday record in yesterday's trading. And then lastly, Cisco on the upside, trading at levels, by the way, not seen since 2000. And if you're curious what the all-time high for Cisco was during the dot-com era, that would be roughly $82 per share, which happened back on March 27, 2000 on a split-adjusted basis. So right now, those shares are $68.61. Sticking with new highs, let's check on shares of crypto exchange platform operator Coinbase. They're up just roughly about 0.5% right now. In yesterday's session, we saw them reach highs not seen since 2021. In fact, it is the highest for its shares since the IPO day back on April 14, 2021. Those shares have climbed more than 40% this month after the Senate passed that first bill to establish a regulatory framework for stablecoins. Its market cap is $90 billion, making it worth more than companies like UPS and Nike. And speaking of, we're going to finish with a check on Nike, higher by just about 0.5% ahead of its big earnings report after the closing bell. Analysts are expecting another drop in sales as the company continues to refocus and restructure under its new CEO, Elliott Hill. That stock is down 19% this year. It's about 65% below its all-time high that it reached back in 2021. So Nike, a Dow component, Becky, in focus today. I'll send things back over to you.
Okay, Dom, thank you.
Sure.
Former Barclays CEO Jess Staley has lost a legal battle to overturn his ban from the UK's financial industry. A London judge siding with regulators, ruling that Staley misled officials about the nature of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The judge said the court doesn't believe Staley sought to mislead the tribunal, but found that some of his evidence lacked credibility. Staley had argued that he never knew the whole story about Epstein and would never have introduced his wife and daughters to Epstein if he thought that he was a pedophile. The decision essentially ends Staley's ability to return to the British financial services industry. The judge did cut the fine that Staley has to pay, reflecting the loss of share awards that he is set to receive. Coming up, Senator Elizabeth Warren on the Fed, the president's tax bill, and much more. Then later, Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee joins us after this morning's economic data. We're going to talk rates and who the president may pick to succeed Chairman Jay Powell. Squawk Box will be right back.
Discovering innovation today helps drive growth tomorrow. As a leading global asset manager, PGIM has established a track record of helping investors capitalize on growth opportunities. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
The stock market is in chaos, and you need to take action now. My name is Mark Chaikin. I got my broker's license in 1966. I've invested through 9 recessions, several massive market panics, and many bull markets. Today I have a warning. During volatile market moves like the one we're in now, most people freeze up. They just hope everything will get magically better. And it's a recipe for disaster. You need a big picture plan, and you need to take specific actions starting today. My new briefing lays out what we expect to happen in the markets this year and in 2026 as well. This research is based on the market cycle that helped me call the bear markets of 2018 and 2022 and the roaring bull markets in both 2023 and 2024. Visit the website on your screen to see my detailed briefing in full.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
When I was in college, I was a bank teller in Kansas. I had no idea that I would one day be covering the banking system. Ambition is fueled by curiosity, and it's that constant quest. CNBC is the network for ambition.
All right, Clarky, here we go. Okay. Clarky. All right, we'll do it big.
When your dog's superhero moment goes sideways. Oh! Pumpkin Now, the new urgent pay service from Pumpkin Pet Insurance, can pay you for eligible critical care in just 15 minutes, even before you pay the vet.
Surgery went great. Clarky's a really brave boy.
Ask your vet about Pumpkin Pet Insurance or visit pumpkin.care and see Superman, only in theaters July 11th.
When you see a car, you can find it on Auto Trader. Even my TV detective car. Just put your info in the Kelly Blue Book My Wallet, browse personalized monthly payments from dealers in your area, then start and finish the deal online. Case closed.
Fire it up.
The all-new Dragon Flame Grilled Whopper is here at BK. Bold, juicy, flame grilled, and ready for adventure. Experience a new kind of flame at Burger King. How to Train Your Dragon, only in theaters.
Fed Chair Jay Powell faced 2 days of grilling on Capitol Hill. Yesterday, Senator Elizabeth Warren asked why the Fed's inflation forecast is now higher than it was just 6 months ago. Senator Warren joins us this morning. She's the lead Democrat on the Banking Committee. And Senator, thank you for being with us this morning.
Happy to be with you.
Why don't we get at your line of questioning from yesterday? You were really getting at this idea of where inflation targets for the Fed are headed. What's your thought behind that? What did you think of the answer you got?
So I just want to make sure everyone knows what the numbers were that the Fed put out. The Fed changed its prediction from inflation this year at 2.5% to 3.1%. It changed its prediction on unemployment, not a lot, but from 4.3% to 4.5%. And most significantly, changed its prediction on GDP growth from 2.1 to 1.4. Pretty significant downgrade. So I asked Chairman Powell, what happened? And the answer from Chairman Powell was the Trump tariffs. And I read that as it's the Trump tariffs, it's the Trump chaos. And that's the problem we've got right now. I want to see those interest rates come down, but it's Donald Trump who's standing in the way of getting them down by creating more economic chaos. And how do we know that? Because Chairman Powell said that they would have lowered interest rates back in February, but for the chaos caused by Donald Trump's tariff announcements.
You know, Senator Warren, I understand your concerns around this, and certainly there are a lot of economists who look at this and worry about what happens, the impacts that we have yet to see from the tariffs. They haven't materialized yet. But I don't think you always think that Jay Powell is the expert on these things. I mean, I think back to 2022 when you were very concerned about what Powell was doing at that point, the Federal Reserve raising rates, thinking that, hey, it's an ineffective cure, I think were your words, in terms of higher rates being able to end inflation.
Yep. And that's where I've been all along. I want to see the interest rates come down. And think about why. Because those interest rates come down. If they don't, that means families are paying more on their mortgages, they're paying more on their car loans, they're paying more on their credit cards. Those high interest rates are keeping costs up for families. For 3 years now, I've been pushing to try to get those interest rates down. And Powell now says, I would have lowered them, he said in February, but the Trump chaos has now changed the economic outlook. And the Fed's data do show that the economic outlook has shifted.
I guess my point is, though, you agree with Chairman Powell on these issues, or you think he should go ahead and cut rates anyway? Because that's what the president thinks.
Look, I still want to see the interest rates come down. I think they should lower. I want to see those interest rates come down. I do understand that conditions have changed and that Chair Powell says it is now harder to lower the interest rates than it would have been earlier. It is harder than it would be if Donald Trump were not out there creating this kind of economic chaos. And, you know, I just want to push back when you say there haven't been any effects from Donald Trump's announcements about the tariffs. Of course there have been.
No, I'm sorry, the inflationary. We haven't seen the inflationary effects that people have been predicting pretty widely. We just haven't seen them show up yet.
But what we are seeing is that all across the country, people are saying, whoa, I'm not going to start breaking ground on a new factory. I'm not going to buy a whole lot of expensive new equipment. I'm not going to bring in new workers to train up a workforce for new product lines. I'm not going to start a new business because I can't figure out in the most fundamental way whether or not materials that I have to import are going to be kind of one price or going to have a big, big tariff put on them. And I can't figure out on things I want to export whether or not there's going to be a reciprocal tariff on them. And as a result, what we get is an enormous amount
Order canceled.
of holding back. And I think that's why you see the shift in the GDP projections. That's a shrinking of the economy that we're experiencing now, because independently across this country, big companies and small companies are saying, man, I'm not taking a risk. I'm not making a big investment into that kind of an uncertainty. And who is causing all that? One person, Donald Trump.
We're going to get a GDP number, I think, today. And when you say shrinking, you don't mean the economy shrinking.
Order
you mean the rate of increase.
The rate of growth.
Rate of increase.
I'm sorry. You said it the right way.
I know that you, Senator, and a lot of Democrats really don't like this bill, the big, beautiful bill. And in fact, there's schisms even in the Republican Party that you hear. A lot of it has to do with spending by the federal government. And here's where I want to ask you just a philosophical question. And it won't take me that long. I'm going to stop and then I'm going to let you answer. But back in prior to the pandemic, I guess we were spending 25% less than we're spending now. And in 2024, I think it was $7 trillion. So as a percentage of GDP, it's now 24% of GDP federal spending versus 20% in 2019. You would like to increase revenues through taxes on the wealthy, maybe not extending the Trump tax cuts. We had Bush tax cuts too, that everyone's used to say. Would you, if you did get a lot of growth in revenue that you would like to do with all these different ways, would you use that for just more government spending at 24% of GDP? Or would you say, you know what, let's at least freeze federal spending or even cut federal spending to get it back down to 20% of GDP? Would that ever be possible?
So let me start with where we should make cuts. You may remember back in January when Elon Musk was going to head up Doge, I sent him a letter and I said, here's $2 billion that you can do, $2 trillion that you can do in cuts right now. It's make the right cuts. And what were those cuts? How about we stop the fraud around Medicare Advantage? That would be about $850 billion that we could save. How about if we change how Defense Department does a lot of its spending and its acquisition? We can save hundreds of billions of dollars there. And I went through a list. The list had about 30 items on it and said, here are places that we could cut spending by $2 trillion. I'm totally in favor of that. But let me do the other half as well. There are places where we spend money that actually help grow this economy. Right now, the United States is 35th out of the 37 richest nations in the world, 35th on what we spend on childcare. And the consequence of our underspending and not making childcare available is that a lot of mamas and daddies either struggle to find that childcare and get to work or don't work at all. If we spent more money on childcare, we would increase productivity in this country. We'd have more mamas and daddies at work. We'd have our babies well taken care of. And we could pay a living wage to the child care workers who do this critical work. and who could really turn that into a sustainable business model. There's an investment that you can use to grow GDP. So for me, it's about budgets. Sure, they're about numbers, but they're about values. Do you really think that we ought to be continuing to spend money on defense acquisition that is just incredibly wasteful? Or do you think, as the Republicans do, we should stop spending money on health care for 16 million Americans? That's what the Republicans want to do. Do you think, as the Republicans do, we should do trillions of dollars in tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires? Or do you think that we should make those investments in our families here in the United States? And I think child care is a perfect example of a place where we should be spending more. We got places we should spend less, but no matter what, the billionaires ought to be paying their fair share.
Of another good one for you, and we'll do it the same way. I'll finish, and then I'll let you completely answer. So you've heard about soul searching in the Democratic Party, a lot of hand-wringing with what we've seen since the election. In the Democratic circles as well, the term lost in the wilderness comes to mind. I don't know whether we had a primary election for the mayor in New York yesterday, Senator, 2 days ago. Candidate Mamdani is a self-proclaimed socialist, advocated for defunding the police, globalizing the Intifada. We have Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez leading the field for 2028. I'm just wondering whether, well, A, did you speak out for or against the mayoral candidate? Did you congratulate him? And do you think this is the best strategy for your party right now to lurch even further to the far left after what happened in the last election?
You know, I think you're wrong on the whole defund the police and all, but look, I know that this is something that conservatives want to keep raising over and over, but I want to make a different point here. I think you misunderstand what his campaign was all about. His campaign was saying, I want to invest in New York City. I want to invest in people being able to have good jobs here, to put their kids in school, and to build housing. And he built a grassroots campaign. He didn't have a billionaire who came in and funded him. He didn't say, I'm going to make this a great place for billionaires to live. He said, I'm going to try as hard as I can to make New York City a place that works better for your family. And you know what? New Yorkers heard him. They believed him. They were inspired by him. And I think that's exactly what we should be doing. We should be, as the Democratic Party, the party that makes it clear that we are here for working families. We want to reduce the cost of housing. We want child care. We want our kids to be able to get a good education. The Republicans right now, with this tax bill that they're trying to push through, are really showing the contrast. They think they should be able to pay for tax giveaways to billionaires by taking away health care from 16 million Americans. They don't want to make investments in child care. They don't want to make investments in housing. They want to take away clean energy credits, which will drive up the cost of utilities for families all across this country. There is nothing in this Republican proposal that's about centering families and trying to make this economy work for them instead of for a handful of billionaires. And I think that's a pretty good place for the Democratic Party to go.
Senator, just back to Mamdani, he has some pretty argumentative views that a lot of people have disagreed with. There is some old footage of him saying that if Benjamin Netanyahu were to arrive in New York City, he'd have him arrested. Do you agree with that?
Look, I can't speak for him. I can only speak for myself. Yeah, and what I'm saying is the key that we talk about and need to keep talking about is the economy for American families. And that, in my view, is exactly what this race was about.
What are your thoughts on Netanyahu? Because these are some of the feelings that...
Netanyahu has been here. Nobody arrested him.
What happens, though, what is happening, though, is that families across this country are struggling. And the response of the Republicans, right now in Congress, we will be voting today. The response of the Republicans is let's take health care away from 16 million Americans so they can do tax giveaways to billionaires.
They're telling us we got to get out.
American values.
Now I have to interrupt. Now I'm doing what I said I wasn't going to do, but Senator, we don't have a lot of time left. Do you think he's a socialist? He's a self-avowed socialist. Do you think socialism is the correct path to do what you just said you wanted to do for working Americans? Do you? I mean, that's what he is. Let's just talk about. And we're the center of the universe for capitalism in New York City. And Wall Street, whether you love it or hate it, I know it has a connotation in certain areas, but it's the financial engine for all the great things that happen in the U.S. in terms of the private sector and raising money for companies and the stock market. All these great things that provide all the jobs, that's where you get the tax money to spend on all these great things you want to spend it on. Do you think that's the right thing for New York City?
You don't have to push me. I believe in markets. I love markets. I think markets are fabulous when they're honest markets. As you know, because we've had these discussions before. For example, we need markets with rules. Markets without rules are just theft. And that's part of why we need strong antitrust enforcement. But what our new mayor, I hope will be mayor-elect in New York City, is talking about is how to make that economy work for families. Where is your outrage over a Republican Party that is saying we want to fund even more tax giveaways to billionaires? We want to make sure that Meta gets a check, if this bill passes, for $15 billion, not for anything they do in the future, but for investments they made 3 years ago. We want to give them a check for $15 billion while we take away health care from everyone else, while we drive up utility costs for everyone else. That's not how we build a strong economy. You believe in markets, then you should believe in participation by the employees so that they get some of the wealth that they help create. And part of that means that through government, we create opportunities, not just for the billionaires, to be able to come in and help build these buildings, but also to the workers who help build them as well. That's Senator what Warren, this whole fight is about. I want to thank you for joining us this morning, Senator. We appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you. You too. Still to come this morning, Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsby's Squawk Box. We'll be right back.
An important day is coming for every American with money in the markets, and it'll be here sooner than you think. I predict this stock bull market will end with an epic crash. I believe another epic stock crash is coming for the markets, based on 100 years of data. My name is Mark Chaikin. I spent 50 years on Wall Street, where I helped create an entire stock rating system. I've met everyone from George Soros to Warren Buffett. I got my broker's license in 1966 and have invested through 9 recessions plus countless panics and bull markets. And I found there's one incredible indicator to help identify big market turns. I used this indicator in 2018 when I told Jim Cramer stocks would fall. I used it in 2020 to help folks get back into stocks. I used this indicator again in 2021 to beg folks not to sell when so many were panicking, and again in March of 2022 to predict a crash. I used the same indicator to predict a new bull market in January of 2023, and again in 2024 when I told Business Insider the bull market would continue. And now I'm using the exact same indicator yet again to detail why there's a 90% chance the market will end the year up in 2025, backed by historical data, before crashing in 2026. Look, if you have money in the markets, you must know 2 critical things right now. First, what to own in 2025 as the market continues higher. And second, exactly when the markets are likely to crash in 2026. I put together a free presentation that explains everything, including the exact month stocks are most likely to crash next year. You can watch my new presentation free of charge To learn more, visit the website below.
At AG1, one of our values is the continuous pursuit of excellence. For over 15 years, we have upgraded AG1, adding ingredients that the research said would support nutrient gaps and gut health. It's time for the next generation of AG1. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by multiple gold standard clinical trials. Our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better.
Worldwide Exchange, weekdays 5 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Countdown to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
New York for the Open.
On our way.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Well, we're just seconds away from jobless claims, durable goods, and GDP data. Right now, we've been watching the futures. The Dow is indicated up 103 points. S&P futures up by another 23. And the NASDAQ, which closed yesterday at a new high once again, NASDAQ 100, that is up by 115 points this morning. Let's check out Treasuries before we get this data. You'll see that the yields are a little lower. 10 years at 4.28. The 2-year is sitting right at 3.76. You've also got the 30-year at 4.83. Rick Santelli is standing by at the CME in Chicago. And Rick, take it away. Let's see the numbers.
Yes, and there are a lot of numbers, so we're going to go slow. And let's start with durable goods, shall we? On durable good orders, we're expecting a number that's going to be somewhere in the vicinity of up 8 to 8.5% on a preliminary, not coming across the screen. So we're going to switch gears. We're going to look at the trade balance, minus $96.6 billion. So the good news there is that it's not a record. The record was in March when it was minus $161 billion, but these numbers are still astronomically large. Now, durable goods is coming in, and get this, preliminary durable goods is coming in at 16.4%. 16.4%. I don't even have anything like that on any of my history going back. That is just a huge preliminary number, and I'm sure there's going to be lots of distortions in there. And it's probably to do with airlines, airplanes, and transportation. Why? Because when you take that out, it goes to up 0.5%, which in and of itself is still a really strong number. Up 0.5% would be the strongest number of the year. Strongest number going on in September of last year. And if you look at orders, it's a whopping 1.7%. That is a wildly strong number, but it's only the second strongest number of the year. January was 1.8. So seeing these surges really is something incredible considering everyone's looking for numbers going in the opposite direction. And if you look at shipments right now, shipments are up 0.5%, much stronger than we were expecting. Now, GDP is hitting the wires. And what's interesting here is this is the third time around the block on first quarter GDP. The number initially was meant to be minus 0.2, and it really did shift dramatically, down 0.5%. And this all has to do with imports, exports, and all the issues that were going on trying to get ahead of the tariffs as everyone's trying to figure out what's going on with tariffs. I'm not sure anybody has figured out what's going on with tariffs. And minus 0.5% would be the weakest GDP going all the way back to the first quarter of 2022. Now, if we look at consumption here is actually pretty good, but nowhere near expectations, and it's less than half what it was. So this is really somewhat shocking as well. Consumption drops to 0.5% from 1.2%. The price index at 3.8 is 1/10 hotter than 3.7, and the PCE core moves 1/10 hotter to 3.5 versus 3.4. These are really large revisions for the third time around the block. Initial jobless claims moving lower. Now, this is interesting, especially after Senator Warren and all the many politicians and people that think rates ought to be lowered were striking distance to all-time highs in stocks. 236,000 on initial jobless claims. We're expecting a number closer to last week, which was 246, but that's now moved down to 245. 236,000 will be the smallest number going back to mid-May of this year, and continuing claims, of course, remain over 1.9 million, 1,974,000. That means it's now, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row over 1.9 million. We're going back to 2021, but I still say, and Leisman used to always say this, is 1.9 million today seems like sort of a high level, but throughout history, it is not a high level, and that really is about it. I could go over wholesale inventories, retail inventories, but the numbers really, down 0.3 on wholesale, up 0.3 on retail. I'm not sure that gives us a lot of information. Yields moved up a bit. Maybe they're moving up a bit on some of the hotter than expected pricing issues within the GDP number, and the pre-opening equities are still pretty darn green. So, Joe, Becky, and the gang, back to you. It was a long list of data points, and it certainly seems as though the move in interest rates after all of that seems to be a bit higher. But boy, rates really have moved down rather dramatically.
Hey, Rick, a mainstream media outlet, a paper in Chicago, said, don't do it, don't do it, about the mayor. You got any personal anecdotes about living in Chicago? What are we headed for here in New York, does it look like? Have you weighed in on this?
Hey, listen, Joe, all I can say is that I don't want to weigh in on it in a negative fashion. I want to weigh in on it on a realistic fashion, okay? The reason these big cities have problems stems from one area, education, okay? And that's the saddest part of all, because we spend so much money on education. So much of our tax dollars, especially in New York and in Chicago, when you look at your property taxes, most of that's going to schools. Where's this money going? We're creating a population that lives in cities like New York and Chicago, but they can't afford to live in cities like New York and Chicago. They don't have the skill sets. They don't have the depth of knowledge that they need. They don't have reading skills. They don't have economic financial skills. See, this is a problem. And Senator Warren's missing the point. She says we need to help all these working people. Oh, no. What she's advocating is taking money from people that are working to give it to people that should be working. And if you can't afford to live in a city, then you move somewhere else. Gee, I want to live in Beverly Hills and drive a Rolls Royce. But there's a certain amount of realism to all of these issues. And I'll leave you one thought, Joe, okay? The Democrats always do have this. It's hard to disagree about helping people. We all want to help people. But if you help people to the tune of spending 24% more than we did 5 years ago, here's what's going to happen. You're going to be able to help far fewer. Wall Street Journal article, how many people are working for everybody retired? This number, this demographic number is going to be a killer for the Democratic Party if all they want to do is spend and all we do is take in less. I'm done.
Thank you, Rick Santelli. Up next, we're going to stay with Chicago type. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee is going to join us to talk rates, the president's comments at NATO about picking a new Fed chief, and much more. Squawk Box will be right back.
I'm the president of After School All-Stars. Through innovative and enriching programs, we're helping students succeed in and out of the classroom. But more kids than ever are struggling with anxiety and depression. Economic hardships, kids falling behind in school, and the overuse of devices are all contributing factors. We must work together to empower parents to keep their kids happy and safe. Youth mental health is a difficult challenge. It requires a comprehensive solution.
Wow, looks like your hiring's making a lot of people happy.
ZipRecruiter's new tool, Zip Intro, is a game changer. It saved me so many steps in the hiring process. Look, I just pick a time, and it handles everything, from finding great candidates to setting up interviews.
So, no more back and forth?
Right. I can just choose from this list and meet with them as soon as tomorrow. Oh, wow. Another dignified portrait of me.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free. Only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
You've asked me that 3 times already.
I did? This is exactly how it started with Mom.
Worried about your brain health? Cerefolin Brain Wellness has a dual-action formula that slows cognitive decline while improving memory, focus, and concentration. Those taking Cerefolin Brain Wellness experienced a slower rate of brain shrinkage. Now also available without a prescription at Cerefolin.com and Amazon.
It changed my mind.
Urologist recommended. Cerafolin Brain Wellness.
We need samples from living dinosaurs.
That's kind of our specialty.
Let's go!
Come on! Jurassic World, rated PG-13.
Premium meat for a natural diet.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get their daily nutrition without the excess processing.
The digestibility is just better. We have the right amount of protein, the right amount of fat, the right amount of nutrients being added.
But it's real food.
Everybody wants to take care of their dog in the best way that they can. Our mission is just to help them do that.
Finding the things you and your family need to be well is kind of a big deal. Finding ways to save on those things is an extra big deal. Check out extra big deals at CVS. Extra Care members get extra big savings on more of what matters most every 2 weeks. It doesn't get extra bigger than that. Shop tons of extra big deals at CVS today and come back for more every 2 weeks.
You didn't say anything, did you?
I didn't say anything.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Steve Leisman is still here. People don't even know he's here.
I was going to stand up and applaud what a great job Rick did. I just can't believe what he did there. It was quite extraordinary.
He has a special guest for us from Chicago.
But before I do that, Joe, I just want to give you one data point.
Please.
234%.
What's that?
That was the change in non-defense aircraft.
Which is
what drove up that 15, 16% durable goods numbers. But just again on Rick's report there, he is right. This non-defense capital goods ex-aircraft being up strong is also a good number. I just want to double check what that was here. Anyway, it was up a good number. That's going to help out. Everything beat, which raises the question, which part of the U.S. economy is screaming right now that we need to cut interest rates? Well, I know somebody who might be able to help me out with that. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee joins us now exclusively here on CNBC. Austin, you heard the data, and I don't need you to comment on the details of the data, unless, of course, you want to, but everything looks like it's doing a little better. You know, the desert island indicator, jobless claims, it just really fails to go up, and maybe it's green going to yellow, but it's just barely so. What's your take on this data?
I mean, I thought two things. One, I gotta get Rick over to the bank and take him to lunch. We're both here. It's been a while since I've seen him.
You still owe me lunch.
Look,
Joe,
the thing about the job market. The thing about the job market, Steve, is look. Wait, we really going to go back into this, the money you owe me and the meals you owe me, but now you can't pay me because the ethics rules forbid it. But one of these days, Joe, I'm getting over there.
I would like to go with you now with the new Austin. I would. I love you now. I don't know what happened. Someone dropped you on your head or something.
So look, here's the thing about the data. On the job market, it feels to me like we get continuous months that emphasize we're a pretty steady, stable, full employment kind of circumstance. Middle of last year, when things were getting worse, cooling at a steady pace, you could make the argument that most of the time when the unemployment rate rises, let's say 1 full percentage point over a year, that's usually an indicator of something of the business cycle, and it's going to get worse. But what we've seen in the last year is stable full employment. And nothing has changed with the UI claims or with the broader measures of the job market, in my mind, that have bumped me off that view.
What about inflation when it comes to the concern that some have that tariffs will raise inflation, but it didn't show up in the May numbers? Do you think it's coming?
I don't. That's the big question mark. I mean, I think the most important thing to figure out is the through line of where are we going. And I said before April 2nd, on dual mandate grounds, we were doing pretty well. Stable, full employment, and I felt inflation coming down in the mid-2s and coming down toward the 2% target. And in a circumstance where that's prevailing, I believe that the rates will go down a fair bit more from where they are today. And you can see that in the dot plot. If you look at what the members of the committee, where they think the settling point is, there's pretty wide agreement. It's well below where we are today. The tariffs and other uncertainties in the economy threw a bunch of dust in the air. So I do think it's important that we get clarity, A, that there's not going to be an increase in inflation, or B, if there is going to be an increase in inflation, that it's not going to be a lasting increase in inflation, that it is in fact going to be transitory. Now, like you say, Steve, we've had 3 but 9 months of inflation readings. And for a month and a half of that, we had the beginnings of tariffs. So if tariffs stay in their lane, which is to say imported goods are only 11% of GDP. So if people don't freak out and change their behavior, and if we don't get a lot of retaliation from other countries, and if we don't jack up the rates on raising the cost of domestic production, then my hope would be that we don't see the inflation. But we got to get a few months of clarity before I'm ready to say that they didn't have an impact.
When you say a few months of clarity, that sounds like it would be difficult for the data to meet that criteria as soon as next month.
I don't know. You know, I don't like tying our hands or restricting our actions before we've gotten all the information we can. And you've been to the room where the FOMC meeting takes place. It's literally the biggest table I've ever seen in my life. So everything is always on that table. It fits on that table. But we still have tariffs coming. July 9th, we're going to get another announcement. We've got the China deadline. So just on the tariff part, we still have uncertainties. And we've got to see how many of these others play out, whether it's oil prices and geopolitics or what's happening with productivity. So I'm optimistic that we've been getting good readings, and maybe the impact of tariffs will be held just in their lane. But we want to be sure, and at moments where there's lots of uncertainty, as I say, you just got to get some of the dirt out of the air.
Hey, Austin, politics always kind of looms around what's happening with the Fed. It's so important to the economy. It's so important to consumers. But this president has been particularly outspoken with this chairman. Yesterday, he called the chairman stupid. It's been this ongoing barrage because he wants to see rates brought down. You're able to probably speak a little more freely because you're not the direct target of a lot of these attacks on what comes on this. But how do you think that changes things? How much pressure does it put on anybody to feel like they're not bowing to the political pressure that's coming?
Yeah, hopefully it has no effect. As you know, economists are basically unanimous on the importance that central banks be free from political interference when setting monetary policy. And the reason why economists are unanimous about that is if you just look at places where they do not have that, inflation is worse, growth is worse, unemployment is higher. I think it's a mistake if we're going to start messing with the political interference part. You can look at the minutes, and then eventually you'll be able to see word for word transcript what is on the minds of the Open Market Committee when we make the decision. It's not politics. It's not what people are saying outside. It's the economic conditions and the outlook that drive the decisions.
Hey, Austin, how
order submitted?
How surprised or I don't know the recent inflation numbers? Can you explain them to me? Is it oil? There's been an offset or something, or listening to Waller.
I can't.
Plus, yeah, it's hard to explain. But listening to Waller, I think he's always thought that it's a one-shot deal if it's not a trade war, and it's not the same as sort of a systemic inflationary pressure or something. I think he would have done it. He would have cut either way. But you think we're still getting some next month or the month after? It will get a bad effect from the tariffs, or is it possible it's just been something that we've just been fearful of, and you turn the lights on in the abyss and there's nothing there?
Well, that was 4 different questions, but I'm going to try to address them all.
Is it possible that there's nothing coming from tariffs or that it's offset?
It is possible. Like I say, tariffs are, all imported goods is only 11% of GDP. So if it stays in its lane, it can have a modest impact. I'm a friend and fan of Governor Waller's. We get along very well. And I do think, in a theoretical, he's right, that a one-time tariff ought to be, in theory, a transitory inflation shock. But like I said, I gave a speech at the big auto symposium in January, which just went through the thing that everyone knows.
Order submitted.
That was literally the same logic at the time of COVID that said, this is going to be transitory. Right. Hit to the supply shock, inflation's going to go away. And inflation lasted a lot longer than people thought at the time. If there isn't inflation that comes from the tariffs, though, and if we want to explain the data, if you look at the data, the non-tariff affected or less tariff affected parts, like services, like housing, they've been particularly encouraging, and you've seen inflation coming down. If we can keep inflation in the range of 2%, so it's clear we're on this path back to target, then I think the uncertainties resolved. We're on a path to getting rates down, and I think we would go back to that path. At the time I said it, I said 12 to 18 months. Well, that was 3.5 months ago. So what is that, 8.5 to 15.5 months or so? But 14.5 months. I still think over a longer time frame, it's likely rates come down if we can get some resolution.
I mean, we still argue about what part of the pandemic caused the inflation, whether it was the supply chain shock, which was transitory, or whether it was all heaping on all of the spending and then keeping it going. Maybe it's probably a little bit of both, but so that's sort of different this time.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Austin, what would it mean for the Fed if the president were to announce a replacement for the Fed chair early, like in the next couple months?
I don't know. I don't think anything that would have no effect on the FOMC itself. I mean, we have a chairman of the Board of Governors that's confirmed by the Senate as Jay Powell, and then we have a chair of the FOMC itself, which the FOMC votes on every January, and that's Jay Powell. So what somebody who's not the chair thinks about monetary policy, they can have whatever opinion they want. I mean, we have to go every 6 weeks and have votes.
So there's no shortage of opinions right now anyway. Austin, I wonder if you might address a bunch of political charges have come up against the Fed chair and the Fed itself. One was the 50 basis point rate cut before the election. And the second is the idea that the Fed chair has been, and other Fed officials have been happy to weigh in on the possibility of inflation from tariffs, but didn't really weigh in on the possible inflation from all the spending from the Biden administration. Are those fair political charges against the Federal Reserve?
I wasn't at the Fed when in the Biden administration, so I'm not going to weigh in on the history. What determines, as I say, just look at the minutes and look at the transcripts. You could see word for word what the rationale are in making the decisions, and they're not about elections, and they're not about partisan politics. They're about the economic conditions. The period in which there was a cut before the election, there were then 2 more cuts after the election. And so what determined policy then is the same thing that determines policy now. We were having a dramatic drop in the inflation rate, and monetary policy works with a lag of 1 to 2 years on the economy. So you got to everyone should be taking a long view when trying to figure out where things are.
I mean, Joe, I'm still trying to find.
No, but Austin, you're saying they say nothing about the Green New Deal and trillions of dollars that almost went through, but they all of a sudden they're clutching their pearls about what may or may not happen with tariffs. That's weird, isn't it?
Joe, as you know, the rules of the FOMC say I don't weigh in on what anyone else thinks. I can only talk about what I think. I don't weigh in and say tariffs should or should not be passed. I say at all times, our job at the Fed is to take, in the wisdom of Congress and the president, they can pass any laws they want. What we have to figure out is what will be the impact of these policy changes and the other geopolitical changes. That's how we do it, and I believe that's how we've done it at the Fed before I got there. Evaluating if they're going to pass a new Green Deal.
I've been unsuccessful. I've been unsuccessful in trying to find the voter who changed their vote in November because the Fed went 50 instead of 25.
Austin, did you go?
There may be somebody out there like that.
Did you go from a lifelong Cubs fan to a White Sox fan just in the last 6 months? Did that change
I do love
with you?
The White Sox.
Who are you?
I do love the White Sox, but I haven't been a lifelong Cubs fan but 30 years. When I first moved to the city, I used to live
Austin,
right
really
back
quick
far.
before we go, serious question. Austin, before we go, if we can get through the tariff stuff, if it proves to be one time, how much can the Fed cut? How low can you go?
I find reasonable the SEP dot average is something around 3% with inflation of 2%, a real rate of 1%. That's a reasonable estimate.
Thanks, Austin. Thanks for joining us today and taking all of our questions. All of our.
Great to see.
So so how many cuts then?
That's 3 would bring you down to like 1.5, 125.
325?
125, 133 basis points would bring you down. So divide that by 25 would give you 5 and a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah?
That's a lot.
Right.
It's not crazy where the market's priced.
Right.
Market's kind of priced there.
Walk box, we'll be right back.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body LLC.
We actually sold the twins' naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
If you need a tan, I'm your man. Could do a business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
I'm Tony Steen, digital strategist at AmericanEagle.com. After Kansas City Steaks experienced declining traffic and conversion rates, they came to us primed for online growth. We solve digital challenges like this all the time. By leveraging an omni-channel digital marketing strategy, KansasCitySteaks.com attracted new customers and significantly increased ROI. For complete website and digital marketing solutions, go to AmericanEagle.com.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Meta, bust rate Frank again.
Bummer. Last time you got a replacement Frank at Fins and Friends.
Let's go get us another Frank. I can't remember what Frank looked like.
Frank was an orange and white fantail fish.
Bag it!
Reminder, Zoe's school gets out in 10 minutes.
Gotta be tight.
Hey! Everyone loved meeting Frank at Show and Tell. Who's that?
I use PayPal to buy this ticket. I'm paying it off over time. No fees, no interest.
You know what else has no interest? Me.
You can pay your own way.
Excuse me, sir?
Yeah.
The captain needs you back in the cockpit.
Oh, yeah, sir.
What?
You
NVIDIA shares hit a record high as investors grow confident in its AI dominance. And joining us now, Chris Casso. He's Wolfe Research senior analyst. Becky, you keep calling that the DeepSeek drop. Is that what that was? Mostly.
Yeah, it's when everything kind of fell off for them, but they've built back up.
That's so. Yeah, that's so March, Chris, instead of June, isn't it? I mean, it's like ancient history.
And you know, there were a number of things that people worried about since the start of the year. You know, DeepSeek was one of them that turned out, you know, not to be the impact the market thought. The market was concerned about China revenue going away. You know, that Band-Aid's been ripped off now. It's out of the numbers. People are concerned about the AI diffusion rule that was put in place by the end of the Biden administration. Trump administration has said they're not going to enforce that now. And then NVIDIA was still ramping a new product cycle, and it was taking a little time to get that ramped, and now it is. And so, you know, my view of the stock is it climbed that wall of worry in the first half. It's kind of back to where it is, but the valuation is still pretty reasonable, you know, kind of in the mid-20s on next year's earnings number. And then really what happens is you get back to the fact that AI demand is still good. You know, there's still a good story here at a reasonable valuation. A lot of these concerns are now past.
Amazing. All right, we're running out of time. Chris, so you think $4 trillion? It's going to be a $4 trillion company.
Yeah, I mean, AI is continuing along. And if I'll leave you with something, what's changed in the last 6 months has been these reasoning models where ChatGPT just doesn't give you the answer in one shot. It takes a number of steps to get there. That takes more tokens. It needs more compute capacity, and that's what NVIDIA provides.
Like, what is the sound of one hand clapping? You can't answer that. We got to go. Thanks, Chris. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street. You did it. Yeah. We're out of here. Thanks.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm David Faber alongside Jim Cramer. We are live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Carl has the morning off. Let's give you a look at futures as we get ready to start the trading day 1/2 hour from now. We are looking for a higher open. Let's get to our roadmap this morning. It does start with those markets getting closer to new record highs. And as for NVIDIA, well, it hit an all-time high and is now, again, the world's most valuable company. Bet we'll be talking a bit about that. Reports that President Trump is considering naming Fed Chair Powell's replacement as soon as this summer, even though Powell's term, of course, doesn't expire for some time. And Micron shares are moving higher. This on the back of its latest results and its guidance. CEO going to join us in just a few moments. All right, let's start with NVIDIA. And it's kind of nice again. I've said this a couple of times. Refreshing to get back to our main themes here in terms of AI and what it means overall, robotics, and so many other things that we love to talk about, Jim. But what does it mean to you that the stock has now once again reached a new high, and it's up 13% month to date? Obviously, it's got the largest market cap. I think it's up 40+% roughly since the tariffs on April 2nd.
Well, it's very important to recognize that the real blow to NVIDIA was when the president said, or someone in the White House, who never really heard, can't sell to China. Because what that said was that a very big percentage of the business would go away. Remember, he said it was a $50 billion market, of which at one point they had 95% of that market, and then they dropped to 50. It was very disconcerting to people.
And they took first a $5.5 billion charge when the H20 was discontinued. Then they made it a $4.5 billion charge when we heard from earnings. But nonetheless, significant charge. Real questions about their ability to sell there. Why has it overcome all of these concerns?
I think it's overcome because the demand for all the rest. But look, one of the things that Jensen told me was, look, we have so much demand for these, we can override the China. We don't want to have to scrap them because, remember, they couldn't be repurposed. That was important. That's why it was
the H20 was made specifically for the Chinese market. And it was to comply with the restrictions that were in place in terms of how powerful it was.
But then he went around the world, and he made a pitch to countries to do sovereign AI. He's always felt that he's not a jingoist. He's a globalist. And he doesn't want everything built on U.S. Even, if you're in Thailand, he wants it to be Thai. Well, it worked. His charm offensive worked. They got rid of the diffusion rules from Biden, which said that there were only certain states, certain countries that could be able to buy it. David, that's what worked. there were just so many customers after that. And then, oh my God, did you read Joanna Stern today? She's a joy.
Yeah.
The data centers, they're everywhere, and they're nowhere, meaning that we're nowhere near building what we need. And what Jensen said yesterday at this shareholder meeting, robotics being the biggest is something you and I talk about a lot.
Yes.
We need reasoning robotics. We do not have those. But for for a robot to be reasoning, we need many, many more.
Right. He seems to have investors now focused on a few years out,
right,
and what that opportunity will mean. In fact, we have some sound from Jensen Huang. Take a listen.
Fantastic.
Robots and all the AI infrastructure to train them will be the next multi-trillion-dollar industry. NVIDIA builds the AI factories to train them, the digital twin worlds to simulate them, and the robotic computers deploy them. We're at the beginning of a powerful new wave of growth. The next wave is physical AI, robots and autonomous machines that can do physical work and amplify the world's labor force. With $50 trillion of global GDP in industrial sectors, the opportunity to rewire the world's factories, warehouses, and supply chain with intelligence is massive. The age of AI is here.
Yes, it is. And you've been talking for some time now about digital twins. In fact, I mean, because you've been talking to him for some time.
Well, I mean, these are things that a couple of years ago, only a couple of shipbuilders believed in, a couple of German auto companies believed in, which is that if you can build a factory first as a twin, small, and then, you know, like a Revell model.
Right.
And then you can
see how all the processes work and make it much more efficient.
Save 30%.
But in terms of the robot opportunity,
yeah.
I mean, is that real? When does that really come to the fore, Jim? And then again, I want to make the point, they're not making the robots, they're making the brains essentially for the robots. Is that a fair way to say it?
Yes, well, it's not American companies that are in the lead in robots.
No, Chinese.
Yeah, well, also Norway. It's got very good robots.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, clearly Tesla would like to be a leader in robotics.
Well, I think Tesla ultimately will be. I don't think people realize what's coming, which is that right now we have, I mean, Alexa's getting an upgrade. I'm just dealing with
What's getting an upgrade?
Alexa.
Okay.
And it's a digital assistant, and it's going to help you more. And it might be able to turn on your coffee maker, okay? The robot will say, Mr. Kramer, because I prefer that. Mr. Kramer, how much cream do you want today? And I'll say, no, you know, I gained a pound yesterday. Can I switch to skim? It'll be no problem, Mr. Kramer. The thing will be so subservient. It's really kind of great.
Again, I've made the point. This is still quite a few years away.
By the way, this is true what I'm saying.
But it's still quite a few years away.
I saw one of these. I saw one of these at the conference.
I know, but it's been trained specifically. The training, when coming off an assembly line of robots, there's going to need to be an enormous amount of training. Now, maybe it will be able to be done fairly quickly. I don't know.
But they know how to unload a FedEx truck?
Yes. Physical work and things of that nature that you've discussed will be first.
Can you let me demonstrate what's coming?
You're going to demonstrate it?
Yes.
Okay.
So
don't hurt yourself.
I owned that bar, right? Bar San Miguel.
You owned a bar once. We're all sad that you don't any longer.
Yeah, I know, but I have Nesca. My wife
Order fill.
I pour a drink like this, right?
Yeah.
You asked me, I pour a drink.
Yeah.
Now you want a mocktail, 50% of mocktail.
Right.
So do that. Now, the bar is crowded.
You get
I have
up.
8 arms, and I'm like filling this one and filling that. I've got to do this one. Get out of my bar because that guy's too drunk. And it's amazing. I saw it, and it can do it. You only need one bartender instead of, say, 3.
So it's an oct bartender.
It's just so exciting, David.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that you can put 8 arms on a bartender.
Great. And nobody will ever tend bar again who's a human being. Whoop-dee-doo. Who do you talk to when you're sitting there at the bar?
Whether you can say that you wanted a shaken, not stirred
martini. But can you talk to the bartender? Like when you're drunk and, you know, you want to lament life.
I tried to chat him up.
All of your regrets.
Talk about how my wife doesn't like me, didn't watch the show.
Nothing.
Looked at me like I was an idiot.
There's still going to be a place for a human bartender.
Well, there's always going to be a place for a human bartender.
Oh, there is?
I'm giving that example because it's something that you can't have 3 humans do. It's too expensive. But you have.
So are we going to hear him now? Is that what he's moved on to as his latest theme, Jensen Huang?
Yes.
It's not going to be about data centers. It's going to be about robotics.
He's been saying. This is, for the last 2 years, no one's been listening. You can watch every single baseball game and figure out every single batter's tendencies and you will throw a perfect game every single time. That's what the head of robotics told me.
With a robot?
Yeah, I said, what do you mean, you watch a lot of Sandy Koufax? Yeah, Sandy Koufax.
But we're not going to have robot baseball players.
No, but I'm just saying that's an example of
what they can what they may be able to do. And all of that is going to take an enormous amount of compute. One would expect.
What are you getting on board?
No, I'm not necessarily getting on board. I mean, I always marvel at the ability of these great leaders to come up with themes and to get people to believe in those themes and deliver on them eventually.
Well, I mean, you have to go booth by booth into GTC at the conference. And what happens is you see, like I went to the HPE, and there is, I know, by the way, positive note on Dell today, really killing it.
Yeah. Well,
and I said, look, I want to speak to the CEO. So the CEO is just produced. Yeah. Even though he's right next to me, talk to him. Pretty cool. David, it's going to be beyond cool. It's no longer just picking up Jell-O cubes. You got me?
I got you. I got you, partner. I always got you.
They don't have enough people who can work in a warehouse.
Well, yeah, we're getting rid of people all the time.
How about the insurance for working in a warehouse when the box drops on you? We take that away.
I get it.
They're at the wheel.
I get it.
It's happening.
Right. It's
this
the next
2030
phase.
is so wrong. It's 2028.
What's 2028?
Well, the things I was talking about.
Now, what things? Well, even Musk, who is the most optimistic on his timeline, said 2030 for 1 million robots coming off.
The Chinese are having robot Olympics, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, the Chinese are probably ahead of us on
robot
robotics.
Olympics.
Yeah.
We don't have robot Olympics.
Not yet.
No, but they're like doing, they're like the 100-meter. I mean,
what's the point? Who cares?
Well, you can bet on them through DraftKings if they would allow it in Beijing.
All right, let's change things up entirely here and get a news alert out of RFK Jr.'s newly reworked vaccine panel. For that, we go over to Angelica Peeble. She has the details for us. Angelica.
Good morning, David. Yeah, we have our first vote from this newly reconstituted vaccine panel. Remember, this is the committee that advises the CDC on how to use FDA-approved vaccines, and they just voted 5-2 to recommend that babies less than 8 months old entering their first RSV vaccine can get Merck's RSV shot. Now, this was not really seen as a controversial decision. It was pretty straightforward, but there was a little bit of a surprise this morning because one of the new members raising safety concerns, looking at the clinical trial data and saying that he saw an imbalance in the deaths in babies who got the shot versus those who did not. And there was quite a lengthy back and forth that ended with one of the other members talking about how these vaccines are really breakthroughs for babies and protect them from a really serious virus. And so it was interesting to see that. And again, this is the first vote. We have a few more coming up today, and we'll keep you posted on any updates, guys.
Yeah, Angelica, anything else of interest that we have coming up that you said in terms of votes?
Yeah, the other votes that we have are about flu shots, and that's interesting because one of the debates that they're going to have is about thimerosal, which is an additive that's in flu shots, and this is really seen as sort of a settled safety issue, but we are going to have a vote on that. They haven't posted the language, so we'll have to see. But again, the tone, I think, is really what people need to pay attention to out of this meeting. We have some discussions, and the new chairman of the ACIP talking about some of the things that he wants to do. He wants this committee to review the current childhood immunization schedule, as well as re-review vaccines that haven't been reviewed in more than 7 years. And again, listening for some of these context clues that we have coming out of this meeting today.
Yeah. Okay, we'll be watching.
Man is making great progress in the dyes, the synthetic.
But what about the attack on vaccines overall and the undermining of people's faith in them?
Well, I've been adamant that that's not right. I just felt that it was...
He's doing it.
Well, look, I know he's doing it.
Okay,
I just thought it was interesting that Conagra and Kraft Heinz, General Mills, Nestle are all taking the dyes out of these synthetic dyes. Was I trying to put a positive spin?
Yes, of course you were.
I regret that.
I know you were, very much so.
I regret that.
All right, good. I'm glad. Sit there in regret.
Yeah.
Coming up, Micron is riding the AI boom. This is results and guidance beat analyst forecasts. The stock, you can see, one of the top performers, in fact, this month on the NASDAQ 100. We're going to have an exclusive with Micron CEO Sanjay Mehrotra. That'll be right after the break.
So you corporate types think you're rock stars?
That's as ridiculous as us being corporate types.
Let's begin.
Rockstar move using Workday to handle all our AI agents.
Well, watch me handle my agent, Gary. Bubbly water, no bubbles.
So what'd you do this weekend?
The huge.
Shout out to Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents.
What are we doing?
Just clap.
Carmen!
The road to opportunity is often the road overlooked. At Enterprise Mobility, we guide companies to unique solutions from our team of mobility experts.
Order canceled.
Because we believe the more ways we all have to move forward, the further we'll all go.
The number of public companies is shrinking, while the number of private companies is increasing. At Franklin Templeton, we're expanding access to the growing opportunity in private markets, offering the potential for greater diversification and enhanced returns. Through our world-class specialist investment managers, we are empowering advisors with solutions to build the portfolios of the future today. Alternatives by Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Never miss a moment.
Every outside forecaster and the Fed is saying is that we expect a meaningful amount of inflation to arrive in coming months.
Right now, it's not that costly to hold, right? The economy is doing well. The unemployment rate is low.
If the unemployment rate goes up, they're probably going to be more likely to cut rates, even if the inflation rate's at 3.5%.
Meta, bust rate Frank again.
Bummer. Last time you got a replacement Frank at Fins and Friends.
Let's go get us another Frank. I can't remember what Frank looked like.
Frank was an orange and white fantail fish.
Bag it.
Reminder, Zoe's school gets out in 10 minutes.
Gotta be tight.
Hey! Everyone loved meeting Frank at Show and Tell. Who's that?
Seems like a cool city.
Wanna go check it out? What?
David, about a year and a half ago, I tried to get Sanjay Mehrotra to say incredibly bullish things, and he pulled me back. He said, Jim, it's not there yet. I'll tell you when it's there. Well, you know what? It's there now. Micron shares moving higher after beating on the top and bottom line. Shares now up more than 55% year to date. It's the old Micron. So let's talk to David. This is exclusive, okay?
Yes.
If Micron Chairman CEO Sanjay Mehrotra, Sanjay, you did it. You did it, and I know I need for people to know how you blew the numbers away.
First of all, Jim and David, great to be back on your show here. Yes, I mean, Micron delivered an exceptional record quarter with $9.3 billion in revenue, a 15% sequential growth driven by, of course, AI. Our data center revenue doubled on a year-over-year basis. Our HBM, high bandwidth memory, which is critical enabler for AI systems, grew 50% sequentially, and we are already at, if you look at our FQ3 results, HBM is already at an annualized run rate of $6 billion, more than $6 billion. So we see that growing nicely for us in fiscal year 26 as well, in terms of HBM demand. And we also saw strong sequential growth in the consumer demand. So Micron continued to execute extremely well on our technology and product roadmap and manufacturing excellence, and that's what has positioned us well for a record guidance, massive increase of another 15% for our current fiscal fourth quarter, taking us to $10.7 billion at the midpoint of our guidance range.
All right, now, high bandwidth memory is driving a lot of this. By the way, that 15% sequentials is just awesome. But could you tell people where high bandwidth memory fits in? Because people do not understand your relation, say to NVIDIA, your relation to the data center. You're the heart of it. many ways in terms of making this stuff work, and I don't think you get enough credit.
You're absolutely right. We are very much the heart of this data revolution that's fueling AI. Let me show you this next generation memory, and I know this is difficult to see here between my thumb and my finger, but this is HBM4. This is the next generation memory. This is going to be key in terms of addressing the generative AI models as they get larger and more complex in driving the performance requirements, the low power requirements that are needed for inference applications for chain of reasoning systems as well as for large language models. This, Jim, is a technical marvel. We already have sampled this product. This is under qualifications. This will start shipping next year as customers are working through their plans for next year's systems and determining the mix, and we are actively working with them. So these are the kind of products that are absolutely technical marvel, and memory is a key enabler of AI because AI requires more and more data. Data lives in the kind of products, the kind of chips that I just showed you, and that's a technical marvel because that's 8 layers of memory stacked with a logic chip. Actually now 12 layers of memory chips stacked. This is amazing work by our engineers. And what's exciting is that we are able to deliver not only great specifications and industry-leading specifications, but we are able to ramp up manufacturing of this most complex memory product ever made in a highly successful manner and really getting to multiple billions of dollars of revenue on an annual basis.
Well, the $2 billion question is, are you sold out of what you just held up?
Yes, for calendar year 25, we are sold out of our HBM, working actively with our customers on their 2026 plans.
Now, you have worked at Micron a long time, and you and I have talked many, many years. It used to be much more a boom and bust. You would go up and then down. Some people who trade the stock still do that, but when I look at the smooth trajectory that you've made, you've changed Micron. How were you able to get out of the boom bust and go into secular growth?
You know, certainly our end markets, AI is driving growth not only in data center, it is absolutely driving growth for content in smartphone and PCs as well. An example being the latest generation smartphones, and more of them will get introduced later this year, that will have 12 gigabyte of DRAM, and that's a key enabler again for AI in your smartphone becoming your super intelligent assistant there. And that compares with just 8 gigabyte in leading-edge smartphones last year, right? And PCs, AI PCs driving the growth as well. So first of all, growth in terms of demand, AI is driving the growth from data center to edge, from servers to smartphones to PC, automobiles, robotaxis becoming data center on edge. And Micron has executed with clear leadership today, 4th successive generation of technology leadership. This is where we have transformed Micron, manufacturing excellence, and most importantly, product portfolio that we have been able to shift toward a higher mix of solutions that are higher value to our customers. That's how we have transformed Micron. Of course, Jim, the cycles will be there in the future as well. There will always be ebb and flow in the end market conditions, could be due to macro or due to various product platforms. But Micron is now an agile and adaptive company and continue to deliver sustained growth through the cycles.
Sanjay, I just wanted to follow up on some of your product portfolio. You know, we've been talking about AI-enabled PCs for some time here. They haven't seemed to really take with consumers. I do see in the call you guys are calling for, you know, low single-digit percentage growth, and that includes obviously increasing adoption of AI-enabled PCs. What gives you the confidence that that will start to take off?
So you're correct that the AI PCs as well as, you know, AI and smartphones have been looking for a compelling application, and you know, AI-enabled PCs have been somewhat slower compared to prior expectation in their penetration. But as the Windows 11 related upgrade cycle comes, as the refresh comes for smartphones, you will see more and more of these AI PCs and smartphones in the market. We expect that 2026 you'll see growth. a lot of innovation happening with respect to compelling applications as well. And I just want to point out that what we said in our earnings call script yesterday was low single-digit PC sales unit growth in calendar year 25 and low single-digit growth for smartphones. But again, for us, what's important is that the memory content in these smartphones and PCs continues to increase, as I pointed out earlier. And that's driving year-over-year mid-teens % growth in terms of the bit requirements for DRAM as we look ahead.
Okay, so Sanjay, you have made let's say, the biggest footprint in America when it comes to semis. You make so many here. I always thought that we're told that we can't make anything here and come in low. You have said that's wrong. You have been a big supporter of the CHIPS Act, which a lot of people are critical of right now, thinking that it hasn't done anything. Could you put the state of play in CHIPS Act and what you're doing and how you're able to make things in America when people say you can't?
We are very thankful to President Trump for his focus and drive on bringing domestic semiconductor manufacturing and accelerating manufacturing plans here in the U.S. With the support from Secretary Lutnick and the Commerce Department, we recently announced Micron's investment over the next several years of $200 billion, $150 billion going toward advanced leading-edge memory manufacturing here in the U.S., and $50 billion over the course of the next several years going toward advanced R&D here. So Micron is absolutely committed to domestic manufacturing. We have been manufacturing legacy technologies for DRAM as well as for NAND flash, memory, and storage here in the U.S. in Manassas, Virginia, for last couple of decades. And these address automotive, defense, industrial kind of markets critical for national security, of course. And now we bring the leading-edge memory production. We have manufacturing construction in Boise, Idaho for a leading-edge fab. We recently announced that we will also be building a second leading-edge fab following the completion of the first leading-edge fab in Boise, Idaho. And then we will, of course, have fab cluster in New York as well. And this will, over the course of next 10 years, help us increase our leading-edge production of memory, which today in the U.S. is none. It will help us increase it to 40% of our production in about 10 years time frame. So we are very excited. Our customers value domestic supply here. We are absolutely the national champion when it comes to U.S. semiconductor manufacturing here in the U.S.
Sanjay, an answer in 10 words. Am I no longer too bullish? Am I now right?
We are very excited about the opportunities. As I look ahead at 26, I could not be more excited about the demand trends driven by AI from data center to edge and Micron's consistent execution and strong technology product portfolio ahead of us.
Okay, thank you, Sanjay. Just a terrific quarter. David?
All right, we are on track for what appeared to be a higher open. We got a lot more Squawk on the Street for you when we return.
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Market destination?
CNBC Plus. On-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Vital Farms farmers give their hens a lot of attention. Is it really necessary to give them that much?
Nope. Vital Farms. Good eggs, no shortcuts.
When your dog's superhero moment goes sideways. Pumpkin Now, the urgent pay service from Pumpkin Pet Insurance, can pay you for eligible care before you pay the vet. Ask your vet about Pumpkin or visit pumpkin.care and see Superman, only in theaters July 11th.
Everyone loves the new Jersey Mike's chocolate chunk mini cookies made with brown butter, baby. The camera person, the sound person, even the person who lives in my pocket.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you're welcome.
With Golden
and copper prices breaking all-time highs. U.S. Gold Corp offers investors tremendous leverage to both gold and copper at its project in mining-friendly Wyoming. U.S. Gold Corp has a reserve of 1.5 million ounces of gold equivalents, fully permitted to mine, producing a gold and copper concentrate with only 12.5 million shares outstanding and a portfolio of world-class American strategic metals assets.
Order submitted.
U.S. Gold Corp. Join the golden age.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life.
Order filled.
Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations. To build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies. To innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
All right, squeeze in a mad dash. Opening bells in a minute.
There's a company I know. I think it has an algorithm that spits out what would move a stock. Because I can't believe this, Palantir. Today, Nuclear Operating System, NOS, will achieve on-time, on-budget nuclear construction. Palantir. That's what they're doing. That's how they're going to be doing it.
Do you have any idea what that actually means? What is it?
Well, that doesn't really matter. It's got nuclear in it.
It's got nuclear in it.
And today they sat down with Satya Nadella and said these guys are really important. Now, what they do, I mean, I was listening to Senator Warren this morning, and she's saying, like, the Secretary of Def, which is now what, Secretary of War, they let them bring them all in. Bring Palantir in. Now, she didn't say Palantir specifically, but David, Palantir remains a $200 stock, masquerading as a $144 stock. Masquerading.
All right, there it is, the opening bell. Take a look at the real-time exchange. A lot of green on the screen there. Here at the big board, Talos Energy. It's an oil and gas exploration and production company over at the NASDAQ. Popular, a financial institution in Puerto Rico.
When I was poor and just completely being followed by every single one of these guys, repo men, Bank of Popular gave me a credit card.
Really?
Yeah.
How nice of them to do that.
And I paid back.
You were a good credit.
Not unlike the one, Capital One. I paid back Capital One.
You love that Capital One. Now we're going to hear about Richard Fairbanks and Capital One and all the things they're going to do.
I like to have our viewers make money. That happens to be something I'm interested in. I see a lot of things and people talking and saying like,
I could literally play me and you.
Whatever. I'm trying to make people
I know everything that's going to come out of your mouth virtually, it feels like. All right, what do you want to do? I know exactly what you're going to talk about next.
What, Starbucks?
See, I knew it.
Meeting with Brian Nickel, one of the firms, and met with him, and I think that there are a lot of people who doubt Brian. I think why don't I send those people an invitation to their own funeral? Barclays, 98 goes to 108, fundamental metrics.
Where are we on the weird reporting around the possible sale of some of their China operations?
Okay, so
it was reported by Chinese-based. I don't know that.
Order
but
filled.
Is there a plan in any way in monetizing a portion, do we think, of what they have in China?
No, Brian, you once explained to me about how it works. That there's a lot of firms that will hire, say, Moelis, whatever. Say, hey, listen, I'm interested in that Chinese business. Next thing you know, you got a dialogue. And then next thing you know, you hear about talks. Remember how you taught me that? That's what this is. It's like some people are saying, hey, listen, I'm ready to buy it. What Brian was, I think, kind of stunned by is so many companies want it.
So do we think that may motivate him to think about bringing in some, if not selling the entire thing, bringing in an investor of some kind?
I know this sounds rare in this world. Brian will do what's right. If he thinks that that's a good thing, he will sell it. He has no agenda on this.
Yeah.
He just wants to make a lot of money for shareholders. His main thing was the 4-minute Starbucks. He's got it down. No one's talking about this. It's the most important thing that he's done.
The 4-minute.
The throughput. He has it so that the time between order and cup, 4 minutes.
Yep.
People said it couldn't be done. People said it couldn't be done with this labor force. I am so all in Brian Nickel that Brian Nickel is to coffee as Jason Wong is to semis.
You talked about sort of what I've discussed in the past, both openly and privately with you in terms of how bankers work and all that. There was this story in the Journal yesterday about Shell potentially very early talks they had reported on with BP. Of course, it would be a major deal.
$80 billion.
And then Shell came
Order
out.
submitted.
As is required under UK law, it's very different than here, especially when the stock moves a certain amount. They've got to tell the market what is going on, if anything. And they said no active talks, not actively considering making an offer for BP, and also confirming they have not made an approach to and no talks have taken place with BP with regards to a possible offer. And again, that is one of those situations where you do have, I think, potentially a bank. I've been hearing this one for a while as like, what could it happen? Would it happen? And so certainly there's talking, but clearly Shell. And now they've, by the way, taken themselves out for at least 6 months under UK law. You can't make an approach unless BP, I think you might be able to waive that. But
okay, so which side does that come from? BP maybe looking for a bid, or Shell?
Yeah, it's never easy. For me, I can't tell you because I didn't do the reporting. So I don't know, but
do you question
never great when you report it, and then they got to come out like that. Say again?
Do you question the reporting? Would you have gone with that story?
I don't go with any stories at this point. Haven't you noticed?
No, I haven't.
I really don't.
Stop being so down on yourself.
Because it's just.
No, hey, look, it's. I'm sorry, it's 9:30. We have to take it. My next patient is out in the other room. I can't. You got to stop.
If I can break one big M&A story this year, it'd be great. I don't go with anything I hear at this point, for the most part. Jim, I want to talk Apple because we didn't mention it yesterday.
Yeah.
And I can see how sad you're getting. There, you were so enthusiastic a moment ago for Sanjay Mehrotra and for Palantir, but look at your face, the pain. Why?
Okay, because I think they're going to maybe not miss this quarter, but the 17 may not be selling that well. We've got a president that went from, I think, very grateful for $550 billion to spend here to being someone who I think, I don't want to say ridiculed, but had some sport with Tim Cook, who is maybe one of the greatest, if not the greatest executive of our time. I didn't like that. He moved to China. We was supposed to be loved, and then it turned out to be hated. She moved to India, which is a country we really want under our umbrella, and then he's made sport of the India move. And he does not have an AI strategy. I'm talking about Tim Cook, and I wanted him to buy Perplexity a month ago because Perplexity is by far the better.
That continues to reverberate, by the way, this idea of them buying Perplexity. Now, it would be obviously a very different move for them given their history. We've mentioned many times. Doesn't mean they won't, but when it comes to M&A, this is a company that has simply not participated.
But what they do buy, and this really got me down, is they just keep buying their own stock. And I think that from one look at the stock, that's not working. It's not working anymore.
Yeah, they got a lot not working or working against them. By the way, note out from J.P. Morgan today. They update their revenue and earnings to reflect what they call the effect of near-term pull ahead of consumer demand on iPhones, driving a moderation in demand drivers in the back half of the year. So basically they pulled forward, and now the second half may not be as strong because of the worries about tariffs. People were buying earlier.
There's a critical line in that piece, which talked about the PE multiple, the price to earnings multiple, and it says we have to pay less for what Apple's doing. Now, David, it tells you 28 times earnings. Is that 20 times earnings? 22? Now, I think Apple, is the greatest company on earth.
Come on, really? Greater than NVIDIA?
No, I guess no.
I know your hyperbole knows no bounds, but really, rein it in for me.
No, okay, I do think NVIDIA is the greatest company I've ever seen. But I do think that this makes the greatest product on earth.
Yes, okay.
And as long as they do that, I'm going to stick with it for my charitable trust. As long as they do that.
Even though when I hear you talking, and you talk about a lot of challenges, so what are you basing that on?
The superior product is going to win. The number of users. The fact is that everybody wants their installed base. But I also know that Alphabet paid them $20 billion to be the default. And that seems to be part of the discussion about
what may go away to some extent. And again, we come back to AI, which has been a fail thus far. And at the iOS meeting, they didn't really introduce a lot new on that front.
And then the revenue stream with Epic Games, maybe you don't get the 30% for them.
Right.
They're challenged on every front.
There's a lot of headwinds.
You got the president,
but you just come back to it's a great product. It's got an amazing install base.
As long as they have the greatest product in the world, I am going to support that company.
Okay.
I'm going to support it.
And when would you start to question whether they have the greatest product in the world?
Okay, when Samsung takes some share away from them. And I will. when Samsung takes appreciable share, when there's no, not as much retention, then I will change. But I don't believe that. But that's when I would have to change my view. And right now, I can't change my view.
Okay. The stock
Thank you, though, for challenging me on that.
No, I mean, listen, it's worth having a conversation about. It's Apple. It's not an insignificant company. Even though it is now number 3 in the market cap ranks, it's still at $3 trillion
What do you think about
in market value.
NVIDIA as the biggest company? Do you think that that's, I mean, this is what I'm asked about constantly. Do you think it should be the biggest company? And I'm not saying, well, the market.
I think it should be the biggest company at $3.77 trillion.
It's a semi company, but it's not really.
Listen, given its margin profile, its growth profile, and if you believe what Jensen Huang is talking about in terms of the opportunity, you certainly can make an argument, yes. What's the multiple right now on NVIDIA?
Man, it's in the low 20s.
Yeah.
Look,
so it's got a lower multiple than Apple.
Right. Well, you know, people have changed. That's a forward.
I mean, obviously, it depends on what you think they're going to earn.
35 on the near term.
Right.
But I'm looking at what I think it can earn. Now, David, one of the things that I think is very unusual is could you really lose a business like the Chinese business and still beat the numbers? That is amazing.
I know. The insatiable demand, and you know we talk about it so often. From not just, I mean, you think about what's going on in Abilene with Stargate. You think about what's going on in Louisiana. Scott Cohn's been covering that in terms of his top states.
Right. Well, how about the fact that
you think about the size of these projects? I mean, I always love bringing up that Louisiana one with Meta because when they put the size over the island of Manhattan.
But remember, the largest market is the actual construction of manufacturing plants, and he's going to dominate that.
Yeah.
He has plans for cars that you wouldn't believe. Obviously, Tesla is their self-drive is based on his.
They are. It's funny that you mentioned Tesla. It was down yesterday, down again today. I think some concerns about European sales.
Right. You can't worry about those. It's not a car company.
So you're just saying what Musk says, basically.
Because I believe what Musk says, because Musk works with Jensen, and Jensen's telling me what's happening on the other side, and it's pretty amazing. Look, Jensen is I think that he seems like he's an unassuming nice guy, but what he's saying, every word is a pearl, David.
Well, NVIDIA shares are up yet again. And up some 15% this year, and quite a year for them.
No, it was up $1.50 at the beginning of the day. When this reversal tends to go down, maybe give up $1.
Meta shares are up. They continue to. Zuckerberg is coming full on in AI, trying to fortify their efforts, and hires another handful of engineers from OpenAI.
Right. Did you see Microsoft hit was a lawsuit?
Yes, and then there's continued coverage of OpenAI and Microsoft and where their feud, if you want to call it that, or their relationship stands, particularly around the definition of AGI, which will kind of release OpenAI from certain restrictions under their...
Revisiting Microsoft, talking about the PC actually doing well. Now, if you remember what Jensen said...
Wait, you're running around too much.
Well, I think
Let's stay on Microsoft, then. What are you trying to tell me? What about it?
Well, I mean, it's moving because this Morgan Stanley piece, revisiting Microsoft plus OpenAI, very sports bull case. Azure AI revenue, very strong. Okay. In keeping with what you said, when you asked Sanjay Mehrotra from CEO
about why the AI-enabled PC is not really taken off,
right? But and that was his response was just you wait. And
for 11, he was talking about
but that would be incredible for Microsoft. People don't realize Sanjay. I know that Sanjay was a bit verbose in his answers. I don't mind. Look, I know Sanjay for years. I mean, tell him after this. But I do think that what you have is. You have a PC market that could be exploding, and I didn't think that. That's a Best Buy situation, but it also makes sense with AMD going up every single day, because that could be PC.
Not today, but AMD has quite a run since really their investor day, or where she laid out their roadmap and targets. The she here being, of course, Lisa Su.
Lisa Su,
company's CEO.
Lisa Su has that. She always told me that she could get these inference chips, and she got there. And once you have them, then you have a little bit of a dogfight.
All right, but what are they when it comes to? So they're in the data center. But they're not a true competitor with Blackwell. These chips, are they? So
they don't have anything that can as competitive.
Right.
That's the problem. Is that every time you try to catch up to Jensen,
they're already investing and moving ahead with their team on the next generation.
Now, do you know that I was doing some work looking at that at the piece yesterday from Melius. Ben writes this.
Yeah.
You know, he's talking about maybe 50 to 60% of the market being tech. So I wonder, when I come in to see you every day, are we talking not enough of the rest of the market?
I wonder that too. I was just thinking about how we've basically only talked tech so far today.
Right, and is that
42
correct?
minutes in.
I mean, the bank sector is very big. Healthcare is very big.
There are plenty of other things we could talk about. Are there any that you want to? By the way, before we leave tech, I do want to mention, had a conversation yesterday, you and I, about lockups because of the incredible performance of some IPOs, CoreWeave. And I did want to mention something that I discovered as well. You know, CoreWeave did a 144A deal. In other words, a private offering. It was in November. I believe it was November the 13th of last year. They raised money. I think it was around a little over a $30 billion value. It was their last big raise before, obviously, the IPO in March. But, you know, the float is relatively small. I think they only sold 49 million shares, something like that. Yeah. And so you have to focus on that in part when the lockup comes, because you have so many more shares. It enables people to short the stock in a way that they couldn't, because the borrow becomes far less restrictive. But here, there were restrictions on the 144A deal that are going to be coming off very soon. And it will, my understanding is you could see as many as 5.8 million shares. Not that many, but as a percentage of the overall out there now, it's not nothing.
No.
And so I did want to make that point.
No, it's not.
Because they'll come off restriction. They're not subject to lockup. They were subject to the restrictions specific to the 144A deal. So something else to watch. Now, the actual lockup, if you look at the S1, could either be 180 days or within 2 days after their earnings report. And that could be mid-August. Wow. So again, something to look at.
Well,
that's going to be
that deal only got done because
245 million
well,
shares.
Remember, the reason why that deal got done at 40 was Nvidia came in and just bought a ton.
Yes,
and it was not going to get done without.
Meanwhile, I mean, I at the time articulated a lot of the concerns of people out there, but of course, Jim, you were saying, hey, it's gonna go, and you were right. The thing has been one of the great performers.
I spent a lot of time with Intrader. I spent a lot of time with Jensen, and for being CEO of CoreWeave. Now, by the way, no one was talking to him. No one was talking to him.
Well, he's
but I also spent some time talking with some of the customers, actually with many customers. And I just went to a data center and I said, oh my God, how's this possible? Oh my God, it's all CoreWeave. Everything's CoreWeave.
Well, you know, the concern was that Microsoft was as much as 60% of their business, but those concerns seem to have evaporated, in part because of the demand. By the way, from the likes of OpenAI, which
he said, I remember him telling me, look, you think this is a great partnership. Well, I can tell you, I'm getting orders from everybody.
Yeah.
And he never told me anything that he shouldn't tell me, but I just think that he's a great guy who does not act as if he is from Silicon Valley, because he's not.
Anyway, just something else to add there to that whole. You know, again, it can create short-term downward pressure sometimes when these lockups expire or restrictions expire.
Yeah, short sellers
and you can't borrow it. I mean, the borrow costs a fortune.
Are so stupid. It's
really
so little
incredible. All right, we talked tech now for 45 minutes.
Can we talk of a food company that I want?
Yes.
Okay, McCormick is up $4. Now, Brendan Foley runs the company. It's not MCK, it's MKC. Okay. Now, here's what's important about this. I haven't seen a food company guide up, and they did. Why? Okay, spices are not anything that has to do with GLP-1. They don't put weight. They don't put weight on.
They don't put weight on.
Right. So think about this. Mustard doesn't put weight on. It's like one of the few foods that doesn't. Spices, way to be able to make something better and not fattening. They are fitting with the GLP-1 zeitgeist. And that's why the stock is up 3 versus General Mills.
I mean, net sales were up 1% in the second quarter.
Well, no, but they guided to 3%. They have good organic.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a growth company, but...
Well, no. Yeah, what happens, David, is that people who cover the food group, they say, oh, my God, I got one good. And they will push Brendan Foley. The stock will go up another, I think it'll go to 52-week high, 85.
That's what you're predicting?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
look, I don't own any of these stocks for my Chapel Trust. I don't.
You don't what?
I don't have any of these for my Chapel Trust.
Food related?
No, because I own what's.
Yeah, you own what's working now and what's working every day. Do you own Palantir in there or no?
No, I just can't get my arms around it. All I do is recommend it, though.
But you never got rid of NVIDIA. No. There was a period where you weren't buying more. Where
NVIDIA was the biggest position by
far. Right. So
there was nothing you could do with NVIDIA other than when it gets. We have what's called discipline.
Yeah. Okay. discipline.
Is that what? Never mind. Never mind. The next patient will be seen.
Never mind. All right, let's get to a break here. But before that, I know you've all been waiting for the bond report. Let's check out how treasuries are faring this morning. We had a GDP number, by the way, negative 0.5. There's the 10-year, 4.259, and the 2-year yield at 3.734%. We'll be right back.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students with custom gear. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need so we can focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom apparel, accessories, and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
CoreWeave has been on a unique and truly extraordinary journey as we build the infrastructure that allows artificial intelligence to achieve its potential. We have built what is one of the most amazing companies and will be one of the most foundational companies on how artificial intelligence is delivered to the world.
In a Jurassic world, every Jeep vehicle is Jurassic rated. Experience open-air freedom for all. Unsurpassed towing, no matter what it is. Or a third row to fit in all the adventure. Jeep, Jurassic World Rebirth.
Right now with Employee Pricing Plus, purchase and get an average of $7,000 below MSRP on select 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee gas models in stock. Hurry, this great offer will become extinct June 30th.
The worst of the worst, we're left here. Maybe we should make it quick.
Jurassic World, rated PG-13, in theaters Wednesday.
Take a look at that. 1 year, Robinhood up 273%. By the way, it now sports a $74 billion market value, Jim.
Young people coming in.
Those young people. They're buying stocks and voting for socialists. All right, up next, we got Stop Trading with Jim.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up. Public is the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. It's a simple way to help me keep more of what I earn.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand at GNC that stands above the rest. It's SuperBeets by Human. Discover why more cardiologists recommend SuperBeets for heart health support than any other beet brand at livehuman.com.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost-effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful.
I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Every day, I'm checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on C.
You know how to care for the people in your life, but you also know it can't always be you. We get it. Find a caregiver who does too. When it's not you, it's care.com.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
We actually sold the twins' naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
If you need a tan, I'm your man.
Could do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
I have Usher syndrome, a rare condition that's causing me to lose all of my vision and hearing at the same time. I'm a fighter, trying to hold on to what I still have. But I can't do it alone.
All right, time for Stop Trading. What do you got?
Positive news here on the M&A front. Walgreens, Sycamore's buying them. They reported a very good quarter last night. First upside surprise I can recall. And this is just the traditional. Remember, Sycamore's getting the actual drugstores. But I think this is very hopeful for Sweeney and for his team. I also think, David, that perhaps they get to sell some of these healthcare clinic businesses, and you're going to find that it's going to work. I can't believe it.
Right. I mean, really what matters here is whether there's any read-through to anything else. I mean, CVS obviously is Aetna, but it is also that. I don't know if it's a positive for them. Well, this thing's getting taken out, so it's not going to move.
Right.
But the stock's not going to move. And certainly it is a bet the kind of company. I'm sure Sycamore won't like that, but it's so much larger than any deal they've ever done.
I know, and that's why I thought if this quarter had been really bad, I would have said, oh boy, they bit off more than they can chew. It did not happen.
Right.
I also think that I'm worried about Amazon and them. I've said to them over and over again.
Yeah, I know you have.
Amazon is your drugstore.
Yeah.
But it's good to see.
All right, what do you got on the big show tonight?
Okay, so I've got McCormick, which had that great quarter.
Yeah.
And then a company that I really love, Intuit, which has, if you're a small business person, they're your savior. And I think people don't know it until you start a business and realize I can't keep calling my accountant. It costs too much money. They've got a lot of really positive AI stuff, too.
They really do. It's funny, Intuit's one of those very stealthy $212 billion market cap companies.
TurboTax, right? In QuickBooks.
Yeah.
But what's happened is that the TurboTax AI is exploded. 47% growth. I was looking for 20%.
All right, anything else you're keeping an eye on as this day unfolds, Jim?
Well, you know, I do think that we have to be careful of the momentum because, you know, we got Kathy Wood back with the FOMO fund. We have an amazing move by NVIDIA that I think could easily retreat just because
a little bit.
It's had such a big run.
So much so fast.
There's just so much FOMO. And, I think that's a recipe for be careful. However, I do like the market. It's just as we get closer to tariffs, does he just say, you know what, I'll let the market go up? Or does he say, okay, we're back?
I know. Or
look at the attack on Spain yesterday.
You know, it's extensions. Yeah, although Spain's a part of the EU, so it's not like you can do something bilaterally with just Spain.
I want to keep an eye on that because I know that a company like FedEx, I mean, cross-border is really, really huge.
Yeah.
But thank you. And I thought Sanjay was very positive.
Yeah. All right, Jim Cramer, everybody. Mad Money, of course, tonight. Coming up right here, we'll get more reaction to NVIDIA's record run.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making a left!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
GoodRx helps my family get the medications we need at an affordable price.
I did have insurance, but unfortunately, they didn't cover the medications that my doctor prescribed.
My mom introduced me to GoodRx, and I've been using it ever since. All I do is put in what I'm searching for, and it shows each location and each price.
The first time I used GoodRx, I saved over $700.
I literally tell everyone I know to check GoodRx.
The average dog only lives to be 10. At the Farmer's Dog, we don't think that's long enough. That's why our food comes in personalized portions. Because a dog at a healthy weight can live a longer, happier life.
My husband, Dean, always worried that his diabetes would keep him from enjoying retirement. But Dexcom G7 has made it easy for Dean to manage his sugar levels and spend more time in range. We're feeling good about the future, wherever it takes us.
University of Maryland Global Campus isn't just an innovative state school. It's a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. That's why at UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and job experience, why we offer scholarships and affordable tuition, and why we have online classes and the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. For over 75 years, UMGC has helped people succeed again. What will your next success be?
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought
Order submitted.
If we made these $15 bills. You know, it's green, Mint saves you money, maybe my face is on it, maybe the back of my head as well. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial here, and now I have a lot of counterfeit money to burn.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Countdown to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
New York for the open.
On our way.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with David Faber today. We are live at Post 9 from the New York Stock Exchange. Carl has the morning off. Take a look at stocks. Awfully close to record highs here for the S&P 500. 6147 is the record high. Haven't hit it since February, so you can see we're just a few points away. Higher today by almost 0.5%. Every sector is strong except for real estate. Again, lagging. It lagged yesterday. Materials are one of the best performers today, along with communication services and technology, which continues to just fuel this record-setting rally. The Nasdaq's up 0.5%. You do have some of the notable winners like a Netflix and a Palantir continuing to push this market higher.
Order
As
filled.
for treasuries,
Order filled.
better jobless claims, better durable goods numbers. There's buying right now. The 10-year yield a little bit lower, 4.267. Two-year yield, 3.7%. Ahead this hour, we're going to talk about NVIDIA's push to record highs with the CEO of NVIDIA partner and AI quantum player Sandbox AQ. Plus, Compass CEO Robert Refkin here to weigh in on the housing market and how New York's mayoral race and the rise of Zohran Mamdani could impact real estate in the city.
First, though, let's get some fresh housing data just crossing. Diana Olick has that for us. Diana.
Well, David, pending home sales in May rose 1.8% from April and were 1.1% higher than May of last year, that according to the realtors. This is a small beat. The street was actually looking for basically flat. Now, this count is based on signed contracts, so people out shopping in May when mortgage rates were climbing and briefly went over 7% on the 30-year fix. Regionally, sales were strongest month to month in the Northeast and West, but compared with last year, sales were down everywhere except in the South and Midwest. Midwest is the cheapest, of course. South is where they have the most for sale. So, okay, why the tiny gain with rising rates in overall sales? It's likely due to more supply. There are 31.5% more homes
Orders
for
submitted.
sale now than there were at this time last year. But just for perspective, the pending home sales index, while slightly higher than it was a year ago,
Orders
is
submitted.
hovering around the lowest level in 24 years. It's just a few points higher than it was in April 2020 during the pandemic shutdown, that 1 month drop. Now, yesterday we got the report on new home sales, which is also based on signed contracts, and it tanked well over 13% for the month. New homes are more expensive comparatively, and there are very few new builds at the entry-level price point. So really, Sarah, it is just all about affordability and lack thereof in today's market.
Okay, Diana, thank you. Diana Olek. I mentioned real estate underperforming. Also watching some of these specifically New York exposed real estate stocks, which have really been on the move over the last 2 days. Lower yesterday after the results of the New York primary election for mayor showed Mamdani with a decisive win. They're coming back a little bit today, but some of the banks that are also exposed to the New York real estate sector. Look, David, this is a big deal. Not just, you can say just it matters for you guys in New York City. New York City is and the metro area that serves New York City is a more than $2 trillion economy, which basically puts it the size of the economy of Brazil. And it's almost 9% of U.S. GDP. Obviously, the biggest city that contributes to U.S. GDP. LA, Chicago, they don't even come close. So this is a U.S. economic problem as well. If we are talking about, first of all, we have a few months away till this mayor election, but if we're talking about Mamdani, a socialist who has run on things like higher taxes, anti-business, free buses, free groceries, free childcare, freezing rents.
Orders submitted.
I mean,
we have to figure out how much he can actually do.
Of his agenda, what he'll be able to do. But I think the overall concern would be not that GDP declines overall for the country, but simply moves from this area to another area. It's not as though it will necessarily depress business activity. I think the fear really is businesses will say, this is not a friendly place for us to be. It's not a good place for our workers to be. We don't want to hire more here, and so they'll
don't want to invest more.
They'll go other places.
Right, exactly.
Which is why it's very difficult to impose economic policies like that on a particular place when there is the ability to move. And certainly many businesses have learned that. Many people have, certainly since COVID, where we've seen an exodus.
Order filled.
Well, it's been going on for a long time, given how high taxes are here to begin with. But
this is what I know you're talking to sources. I talk to people on Wall Street and in business, and they actually really worry that this could be sort of a generational impact negatively for
a lot
New York.
of people just sort of trying to understand it and ask the questions as to how he got 436,000 votes in the Democratic primary. Now, again, to your point, it doesn't mean that he's going to win the general election. It's not clear where his ceiling is. But yeah, if you're a Citadel, for example, company you follow, you talk to Ken Griffin, and you're planning on knocking down a building and building a new headquarters in New York City, do you think twice about it? Do you at least have some pause as you trying to understand it? Yeah, I think that.
Or you're if other companies and you want to offer your workers your employees places to go. I mean, if you already have offices here, like a lot of the tech companies do. I mean, lately it has been a big tech hub. We have OpenAI, we have Amazon, we have Google, all with big U.S. offices.
Alphabet is one of the largest employers in the city.
But also, don't underestimate finance. You know, 24% of the New York economy is finance.
Yep.
There's nothing more capitalistic than finance.
It's the heart of capitalism, so it is still hard to imagine a socialist running the city, so to speak. Again, hard to fully understand exactly what policies he actually would be able to bring to bear. But yeah, there's no doubt there's a lot of concern in the communities you and I talk to and are part of to a certain extent.
I'll just end with Larry Summers. I don't know if you saw his post.
I did.
Former Treasury Secretary, of course, former president of Harvard. He's profoundly alarmed about the future of the DNC. I mean, he's making it about the party and the country by yesterday's New York City anointment of a candidate who failed to disavow globalize the Intifada. That's another issue with him, and advocated Trotskyite economic policies. And this is something Summers, who's one of the most prominent economists in the country, has warned about. Socialism doesn't work. It's not like we haven't seen this experiment before in the Soviet Union or Cuba or Venezuela. You know,
Yeah, there are any number of things that conceivably could be done to solve a housing crisis here in New York, but it's not clear that freezing rents is actually an effective way to do that. Interesting story today in the Journal by Greg Ip, who's always worth a read, in terms of how Austin has approached it versus New York, for example.
Yeah, not in a socialist way, I'm guessing. Joining us to talk more about the housing market in particular and potential impact of a Mamdani administration on New York is Robert Refkin, Compass co-founder and CEO. He joins us here at Post 9. What are you hearing from people?
Look, I've seen more pause for this event in terms of buying a home than any event in my 13 years in New York City real estate. And so buyers saying they have a contract out, but they want to pause. They're talking to their lawyers. They say, you know, I want to wait to see how this plays out. On the other end, that pause creates opportunity. And so if I were considering buying a home in New York, now is a great time to buy when others are pulling back.
But you don't know if this guy's going to get elected mayor.
Look, I don't know if he's going to get elected mayor, and I also...
The probability right now on Polymarket is above 70%. I know we have a few months, but still.
But there's a difference between campaigning and governing. I mean, he clearly campaigned on things that he can't govern, like making buses free. That's MTA state, not city. And so, to me, that's not the... yeah, he has great ambitions. We'll see what actually happens. And also, less than 10% of New Yorkers voted for him. There's still a lot of time to see what happens.
There's a real question as to whether there's a ceiling. I would point out Eric Adams had 755,000 votes when he won the mayoralty in the general election last time. So clearly there's a lot to go here. But, you know, there is this affordability crisis in New York. Certainly for younger people out of college, many of whom may have voted for him, who are facing rent increases every year, despite the fact that employment in the city is only up about 3% in the last 5 years. What do you do to try and fix this?
Yeah, so affordability is a key issue in every one of our markets. On the positive side, inventory is now the most that it's been in 6 years, and prices have been flat year over year, but affordability is an issue.
That's not New York, though, is it? Or you're talking broadly?
Inventory is going up in every major market.
Yeah.
But you know, one thing to share is Zillow just put in a listing ban, and Compass sued Zillow because they are banning every homeowner and every agent for marketing off Zillow. So imagine if Amazon banned every small business owner for marketing on their own website, or if eBay did the same, or Facebook. And so Compass, we're the largest brokerage firm in the country, and we have an obligation to defend our agents and their clients. What buyers don't know is Zillow is the most expensive click in real estate. We estimate that buyers are spending, in terms of affordability, over $3 billion more in commissions that they otherwise wouldn't have to pay. When they go directly to Corcoran site, Sotheby's site, Compass site to find that exact same listing they find on Zillow, they don't pay anything. But on Zillow, they get sold off their user information to the highest bidder.
Okay, I'm not sure how we ended up there. I wanted to get your thoughts about the New York market and how we can bring rents down, or what needs to be done.
Yeah, so
I mean, do you need to get rid of rent control and rent stabilization and really make this a free market?
So rents actually did go up 15% because of another policy that just went into place.
No brokerage fees.
Yeah, the policy used to allow renters were able to pay the commission, and they eliminated the ability for a renter to pay commission, so now the landlord has to pay.
Right. That's the case in a lot of other cities, though, as well.
Yes, and now the commission is now 15% more.
Okay, so you don't have any answers for me in terms of how you actually attack this. And I would assume you don't think it's freezing rents.
No, it's definitely not freezing rents. It's all supply demand. So we need more inventory, and we need better mortgage rates. But if we do see people leave the city, and it is very real, these conversations in the last few days, because of Mamdani, potentially people leaving the city, moving to Miami, the amount of text messages that I've seen were messages like, oh, well, I was considering moving to Miami, but now I want to be moved out with my furniture out by August 1st. It's a direct text.
Wow, they're really making a decision on the election. It's
Seems
a little early. Yeah,
but I guess you want to get ahead of the rush if he does win.
Yeah, as a seller, but as a buyer, there's no better opportunity.
Actually, I'll tell you when the best opportunity to be a buyer was. It was 1975. But I'm not sure you wanted to live in New York City then.
Well, a lot of people
are harkening back to that. If this guy runs as mayor, you know, we may be, I mean, the best way to get a real value is to drive everybody out of New York City, and then I'm telling you.
Do you think we could go back to something like, I mean, the guy has advocated for defunding the police, and I know he doesn't have the ability necessarily to do that, but he can certainly change the priorities and the budget allocation around NYPD.
Well, look, I think the market has a tendency to be able to discipline a politician, right? When a politician, regardless of what they say in the campaign, when you see people leaving the city, whether it's companies or individuals, that will make them change their perspective.
So you're just not that worried about it?
Look, I am worried. I am concerned. I see people leaving the city already, and we're not even at the general yet. But again, I think whatever he says, he will not be able to accomplish even a fraction of it. And the bus example is the best example. He doesn't govern the MTA.
Right. I mean, Bill de Blasio was mayor for 8 years. He certainly was fairly far left. And I don't know. I mean, during that period of time, not a lot of great things happened, but...
Well, what's happening in Chicago? Because, you know, the Chicago Tribune warned they had a mayor like that. They have a mayor like this who made all sorts of grand promises. And because of what you're saying, political governance realities and financial realities couldn't make it happen. But now they just have kind of stagnation, and his approval rating has dropped, and it's been a disaster. And Chicago says, don't become like us.
And from a real estate perspective, we did see at Compass people leaving the city and moving to the suburbs. And so
So, I mean, is Miami just going to continue to be the hottest market?
Palm Beach?
Look, this is a good thing for Miami, just like in the COVID era when a politician in a blue state put on more restrictions. That was great for the red states that didn't have the restrictions.
Right. Austin also a beneficiary?
Well, Austin could use the help, right? Because Austin, of all the markets that we're in, the inventory relative to where it was in the pre-pandemic period, it is the highest. And so, I think markets
because
like
they've been able to build a lot there, I guess.
They built a lot.
Yeah.
Are you shifting resources yet? Are you doing anything differently
I'm not
in Compass?
shifting any resources.
You moving out of New York anytime soon?
I'm fully committed to New York. New York bounces back always, just like in the 70s.
Took a while. I watched every minute of it, but yes, it did.
Yeah, and so, I'm committed to New York. I'm not worried about New York. New York will bounce back.
All right. Robert, thank you for
Robert
joining
will
us.
still be here.
Robert will be here?
Yeah.
I don't know if we will.
I'll fight through it. I mean, the 70s wasn't so bad.
It wasn't?
No, it was really interesting.
But it wasn't safe.
No, but I was fast. I wasn't,
Were you taking the subway back then?
Yeah, I was, man. From
What if they
Queens every
become
day.
homeless shelters
The Upper
like
West
he
Side
wants?
was all empty lots.
All right.
Great.
Good thing
A lot of no-go
good thing
zones.
you're so old. Thank you, Robert. Robert, just kidding. Here's our roadmap for you for the rest of the hour. We're going to talk to the CEO of NVIDIA, partner and AI player Sandbox AQ about NVIDIA's push to record highs.
Plus, Matt Halbauer from Pentwater Capital Management is going to join me. He's one of the largest, or was one of the largest holders of U.S. Steel before that deal. Told you to own it, and he was right. We're going to find out what he owns now.
And also, a CDC committee is meeting this morning with recommendations on a key vaccine potentially coming this hour. We're going to bring you the latest on that. Big show still ahead. We've got the Dow up 166, the S&P 500 flirting with a record high. Do not go anywhere.
It is my honor to welcome the hardest working software on television to the public market.
And there have been 3 chapters in the company's life. This one is the one I'm most excited about.
At Public, the high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost-effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book. Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Aero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
Since 1955, Volvo has sold 5 million cars in the U.S. That's 5 million American drivers who chose design, who chose comfort, and most of all, who chose safety. Our cars may evolve, but our commitment to your safety will never change. To continue that commitment in Texas, our starting price on new model year 2025 cars will remain unchanged.
Seems like a cool city.
Wanna go check it out?
What?
screaming. Are you hiding from used car shopping?
Yeah. What if I overpay?
I get it. Nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident, but that's nothing to be afraid of.
Show me, Carfox.
Knowing how a car's accident history impacts price means you don't have to overpay.
Way better. Popcorn?
Definitely. No fear, just Fox. Say show me at Carfax.com.
NVIDIA climbing about 1% after the chipmaker closed at a record high yesterday, overtook Microsoft again as the most valuable company in the U.S. by market cap. Our next guest runs an AI startup backed by NVIDIA. Let's bring in Jack Hittery, Sandbox AQ CEO. Welcome back,
Hey,
Jack.
Sarah. Hey, David.
Sitting on the intersection of quantum and AI. First on NVIDIA.
Going on in AI.
So
a lot going on.
The push to record highs.
Yeah.
Is it justified by fundamental appetite, innovation, where we are in this cycle? How do you view it?
There's really two groups of companies. There's the companies who are AI is their core business, and we're seeing the market caps of NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google, and others really benefit from that. I'll make a prediction right here. I think we'll see the first and maybe 1 or 2 $5 trillion market caps in the next 12 to 24 months. NVIDIA, Microsoft being the most likely. Others may be following because their core business is actually driven by AI. The second bucket of companies are industrials, pharma, so on and so forth. They're using AI right now at the margin. They're using LLMs, for example, to improve customer service while reducing $10, $20 million worth. They're using it in marketing, but that's not the core business. So they're not really seeing the lift that the Mag 7 are seeing. They're going to have a tougher time. And I think that the percentage of market cap of the entire economy that the Mag 7 represent, which is now hovering around 30%, is going to increase dramatically in the next 36 months.
Why? Where are we in the sort of demand curve?
Right now, we're seeing that people want to adopt large language models. They need the cloud. They need Azure. They need GCP. They need Amazon. But the companies themselves, pharma companies, logistics companies, CPG companies, retailers, are a bit slow in terms of realizing the benefits of that AI. And the reason is large language models do not help your core business. They help you at the margin, reducing some expenses. We need to see a bigger palette of AI. Large quantitative models, AI models for pharma, things like that.
He's talking his own book here now.
Hey, that's my job, right?
Which is fine, but how does...
But that's my argument.
Give me the evolution of that, then, of using Sandbox AQ as an example, and also related to how that's going to still increase the use and need for compute, which is why we still see NVIDIA go up.
Yeah, so what we're seeing is, great example, last week we announced with NVIDIA a new data set of 5 million compounds that you can use as Lego blocks to build therapeutics for cancer, for Alzheimer's, for Parkinson's. That really is going to cut down the cost and time to make a new drug. That combination of Sandbox software and NVIDIA hardware, that's the key that unlocked that first-in-class data set. We're going to see more and more of that. That impacts the pharma community. That impacts people like Dow Chemical and other chemical companies. So the first wave of AI, last 2.5 years, was really about large language models. We now are going to see the quantitative side come in. NVIDIA is going to help power that, and the cloud, to your point about quantitative. These GPUs could do more than just language models. They're multifunctional. And what we're going to see with Blackwell, with Vera Rubin, with new products from AMD, and the new chips also, let's not forget, Alphabet and others are also now in the chip business.
Amazon as well.
Amazon, Tesla has got their D1 chip and their other chips. So we're going to see a bigger pot of chip-making innovation than just NVIDIA.
And reasoning obviously takes over from training, requires as much or more compute?
Reasoning requires about 5x the compute as training. And that means that cloud companies need to actually make sure they have enough capacity for that. That also brings us back to power. The energy sector. Right. And there's been a lot of questions about how that happens. I think Texas is going to be key to that. Texas has a lot of gas peakers. If you look at what happened in Memphis with Elon's big mega center there, he went beyond what he was supposed to. They're supposed to build about 5 or 6 gas peakers. He built 10 or 15. Energy is key to this ballgame.
You seemed a little disappointed when you talked about some of the advancements from companies like pharma or retail or consumer. Why? What are you seeing? Because it feels like they're all, I know it's not in their core business, but how should they be doing things differently?
Well, we are seeing about a 10 to 20% lift in productivity in coding.
Order submitted.
And so every company now has coders.
Order
Walmart's
submitted.
got coders. Pharma companies have coders. And
Order
that's great
submitted.
to see that 10, 20% lift using
Order
Colab,
filled.
GitHub, other kinds of tools out there.
Order
but again,
submitted.
we've got to see it hit the 80% of the economy. So one thing is market cap, right? We just talked about market cap. We're at Mag 7 about 30%. Looking at GDP, the percent of GDP, 80% of the GDP has not yet been impacted yet by AI.
Small business. I mean, what?
Small business, and also the
how does that
industrials,
change?
the pharma, and things like that. That's where the next 3 to 4 years, that's the key. Which are going to be the winners and losers in the automaker space, right? You look at BYD and what they're doing, and they're taking over Europe right now. They can't get into the U.S. because of protectionism.
Yes.
But if they were here, they'd be taking over. BYD is using advanced technology and AI like you've never seen.
Order filled. Order filled.
More than we are, more than Tesla is, or any of our.
About equal to Tesla, but more than any of our domestic car companies
Order
outside of
submitted.
Tesla. I was in Shenzhen 3
Order
times
submitted.
with Wang Xiaofu, the founder of
Order
BYD,
submitted.
Build Your Dream, Bugatti, as it's known in Mandarin, and they have a plan and a focus using AI, using technology in ways that we just don't see in the domestic.
Why don't you go tell Mary Barra that?
We are definitely engaging and talking, but I really hope that we can see our domestic companies
Jack,
come
a couple
there.
of quick, I mean, as somebody who's
Order
followed
filled.
technology
Connection
for so many years,
lost.
and you and I have known each other for so many years, I mean, the beginning of the internet, frankly.
Yeah.
So what do you think are going to be the impact in terms of employment when we talk about what is yet to come?
I think there is going to be a hit. There's no doubt that AI is taking over more and more functions. And the question is, can we provide that productivity to current workers so they can keep their job, but actually be more impactful in the job? The question is, are we in a zero-sum pie with our current economy, or are we in a growth where we can grow the pie bigger so that each individual empowered with AI can actually contribute more to a bigger economy? I think there's going to be displacement, and that's why we've really got to think about, each company has got to think about that. Amazon, to their credit, has put aside $1 billion in retraining budget right now for their 800,000 warehouse workers.
Who are going to be eventually replaced, many of them potentially by robotics.
David, look at robotics. Yeah. Look at Figure. Look at Tesla robots. Look at about 7 well-funded robotics companies.
Not to mention the Chinese, of course.
Chinese. There's 9 companies we're following over there that are very well-funded, and they're going to come into markets.
Order filled.
And as humanoid robots come in, those 800,000 people at Amazon, they're at risk. Amazon, to its credit, is getting ahead of the game and thinking about what else can they do.
Yeah, finally, something else I know you cover is, quantum computing is part of this, maybe a number of years out. You follow it in China as well. I mean, just briefly explain to our viewers what may be coming there and how that will either twin with or replace AI or advance it even more.
Well, there's definitely an arms race right now between the U.S. and China when it comes to quantum. They've got Pan Jianwei, who's a world-renowned physicist, leading their effort. He's kind of like a Robert Oppenheimer. If you think about the Manhattan Project, he's been given about $15 billion of funding to drive that effort. And we're going to see this race on quantum. Now, 2 aspects of quantum. On the positive side, unleashing a lot of potential for drug discovery. On the negative side and threat side, the first quantum scale computing is the first to crack all the encryption that we use to move around bits in the New York Stock Exchange, in our banking system, our telecom system. Well, that's the question. Right now, it's toe-and-toe. And so the question is the U.S. investing enough to make sure that we can protect ourselves against this quantum threat? That's an open question right now.
Is that conversation happening at the highest levels of government?
The good news is I can tell you that it's happening. I think you'll see some very relevant stuff out of D.C. in the next 6 months.
That's good.
This is a very important conversation. Yes, there's a lot of trade conversations going on, but this race on quantum is critical and fundamental.
From a national defense
From a national defense and security point of view. And I think that what the Iran conflict that just happened reminds us, if you look at the spoofing and jamming of GPS in this conflict, if you look at the cyber attacks that Iran also launched, people were reporting a lot on the missiles. But while the missiles were flying, cyber attacks were happening to bring down grids, to bring down infrastructure.
Order filled.
That is as critical, and that's where AI needs to play a key role. Helping us navigate when there's no GPS. In an adversarial conflict with a major peer, there aren't going to be any GPS satellites in the sky. Right, they will be shot down.
Order
and that's already
submitted.
public information, and that's going to happen.
Order
you need to be
submitted.
able to navigate with no GPS.
Order
you need
submitted.
to be able to prevent cyber attack. This AI world on defense side is something we haven't talked about enough yet.
I guess you're way involved in quantum and AI and not thinking about a run for mayor, because you did run for mayor against Joe de Blasio.
I did, and it's a very interesting.
Order filled.
My advice to those running and to whoever wins
Order
is
submitted.
let's really help New York City
Order submitted.
get to the next stage of
Order
entrepreneurship,
submitted.
of getting everyone involved. We have such an exciting city here, and I hope whoever wins really engages with the AI sector, the tech sector, but also getting everyone involved in that sector.
Another native here. Grew up in the same time frame as me, baby.
Order submitted.
The 70s. Yeah.
But it's also in Florida, I think.
Well,
Jack.
yeah, now, but not then.
Also recently named Times, one of Times'
Today
most
just announced, Time Magazine announced Soundbox AQ as one of the top 100 most influential companies.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Thank you.
Great to see you both.
Jack Ittery, Sandbox AQ.
Oh, it's me. All right, still ahead. A big change could be coming to your 401k. That's opening up a whole new class of investment
Order submitted.
options. We'll have those details ahead.
Order filled.
Don't miss interview. Pentwater Capital CEO Matt Haubauer is going to join me, largest active manager, investor in U.S. Steel before that deal closed. Let's find out what he owns now and why. Squawk on the Street. We'll be right back.
As an independent financial advisor, I stand by these promises.
As a fiduciary, I promise to be the financial steward that you
Order
and your
submitted.
family need.
I promise to put your long-term financial well-being above
Order
any
submitted.
short-term transaction.
Everyone has a big picture. My job is to help you invest in yours.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Is this how you're hoping to retire? Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your Comfortable Retirement Kit. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
University of Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values
Order
the successes you've
filled.
already achieved.
Order filled.
Earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience. And get the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. What will your next success be?
I want you to make money, and you can't do that until you sell and ring the register on at least part of those positions. Go buy yourself something you've always wanted, or put it in the bank.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern.
Order
and streaming on
submitted.
CNBC Plus.
We are
Order
just about 30 minutes
submitted.
here into the hour. Here are three big movers
Order
we're watching.
submitted.
Spice maker McCormick is higher in early trading after the
Order
company topped
submitted.
earnings expectations. McCormick
Order
CEO
filled.
saying in the release,
Order
quote,
submit-
we are
order
well
canceled.
positioned with our robust plans to mitigate current tariff-related costs. Stock up more than 5%. Look at Jefferies. It's dipping after the company reported Q2 earnings of 40 cents per share. That was down from 64 cents last year. Management citing significant uncertainty relating to U.S. policy and geopolitical events.
Order
Slowing activity
filled.
levels in the first 2 months of the
Order
quarter.
filled.
And we're keeping
Order
our eye
submitted.
on the dollar index. It's back on the decline, the U.S. dollar, as tensions between President Trump and Jerome
Order
Powell heat up
submitted.
once again. Reports that the president could pick the next Fed chair early.
Order
David, people are
submitted.
really starting to pay attention to the dollar weakness. This is now 6 months in a row. We're looking at multi-year lows. Is there a credibility or a U.S. exceptional problem, or is it just, weakening on prospects that we're going to see lower interest rates now from any kind of shadow Fed chair or a lame duck Fed chair? I mean, that's a very much live discussion, and there's no way to tell because anything at any given point can move the dollar, but we're keeping our eye on it. You know, dollar's had a multi-year bull run, and question is this coming to an end in a sort of more lasting way?
Okay. We're going to get a news update now. We'll get to Silvana now for that. Silvana.
Order submitted.
Hey, David, good morning to you. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Dan Kane offer detailed descriptions of the planning and execution of the weekend airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities this morning, but stopped short of detailing how much is set back the Iranian nuclear program. Instead, Hegseth spent much of the press conference criticizing the media for reporting on a leaked initial damage assessment that said Iran's nuclear program had only been set back several months. The Supreme Court today rejected Planned Parenthood's challenge to South Carolina's bid to ban the organization from participating in Medicaid, which clears the way to strip the organization of its Medicaid funds in the state. It was a 6-3 decision, with the court's liberal judges dissenting. And a federal judge siding with Meta in a lawsuit filed by a dozen authors alleging the company illegally trained its AI models on their copyrighted works. The judge ruled Meta's training falls under the fair use doctrine of copyright law, so it's legal. The decision follows a similar rule involving a case involving Anthropic. Sarah, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Silvana, thank you very much. After the break, bringing private assets to the masses. You might soon be able to invest in private companies in your 401k, and a number of firms could see a multi-billion-dollar windfall as a result. We're going to dive into that next.
The stock market is in
Order
chaos,
canceled.
and you need to take action now. My name is Mark Chaikin. I got my broker's license in 1966. I've invested through 9 recessions, several massive market panics, and many bull markets. Today I have a warning. During volatile market moves like the one we're in now, most people freeze up. They just hope everything will get magically better, and it's a recipe for disaster. You need a big picture plan, and you need to take specific actions starting today. My new briefing lays out what we expect to happen in the markets this year and in 2026 as well. This research is based on the market cycle that helped me call the bear markets of 2018 and 2022 and the roaring bull markets in both 2023 and 2024. Visit the website on your screen to see my detailed briefing in full.
Stock investors, learning to use options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks into winning trades. Our new book can show you how.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful.
I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines.
Order
a
submitted.
Trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
I am Polestar 3. I am pure electric performance. From the straightaways to the hairpin turns, I am designed to be driven. The drive of tomorrow. I am Polestar 3. Enjoy tariff-free pricing on Polestar 3, now through June 30th.
Meta, bust rate Frank again.
Bummer. Last time you got a replacement Frank at Fins and Friends.
Let's go get us another Frank. I can't remember what Frank looked like.
Frank was an orange and white fantail fish.
Bag it!
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Hey!
Everyone loved meeting Frank at Show and Tell. Who's
Order
that?
submitted.
Welcome back. A big change could be coming to your 401k after a push from Washington to Wall Street to bring private assets to the masses. Our Leslie Picker has the story for us. Morning, Leslie.
Hey, good morning, Sarah. Obviously, this is very much in focus in the alternative asset world. BlackRock just this morning making a push out with a paper describing their plans for putting more private assets into 401ks. The firm intends to offer a target date fund with as much as 20% allocated to private assets by the early part of next year, I'm told. The firm estimates that incorporating private equity and private credit into a 401k will deliver 15% more income over 4 decades, and that's before fees. Washington is entertaining this concept as well. This week, the House advanced a bill that broadens the so-called accredited investor status, which would allow more people to invest in private markets through their 401ks. And there have been recent reports about the Trump administration's expected plan to issue an executive order that directs federal agencies to study and propose rule changes involving private assets in retirement plans. Now, there are still sizable hurdles among plan providers, including high fees, illiquidity, opacity, and litigation risk. BlackRock says in its paper that it's possible to offer exposure to private assets with a competitive fee structure that meets clients' needs on liquidity and transparency, and that a lot of the structuring would require products that are essentially built specifically for 401ks to address these concerns. On the policy front, BlackRock says the biggest hurdle is that the litigation landscape, as more than half of the defined contribution plans with more than $1 billion in assets have been sued for excess fees, guys.
Isn't this part of the bull case on a few names? I mean, BlackRock itself, I remember it just did the deal to buy HPS, the private credit manager, $14 billion. But Apollo and KKR, I mean, this would open up a whole new world of business for them.
Yeah, and they bought Preqin as well. So they've been on this massive acquisition spree to kind of play into this potential new white space for these alternative asset managers. Historically, it's always been kind of an institutional investor product. It's been in pension funds, pension plans for as long as the industry has been alive, essentially decades. But 401ks, they're in 401ks, but it's essentially a new frontier in terms of the potential white space. A lot of that has to do with just the overall litigation concerns and other elements that I mentioned. So definitely an area to watch.
Okay, Leslie, thank you. Leslie Picker. After the break, we're going to talk to one investor from Pentwater Capital Management about where he's investing right now. And look at stocks there at recession highs. The S&P 500 is closing in on a record level. We're just a few points away. Watch for that 614 there. The NASDAQ itself up 0.6%. It's being fueled again by NVIDIA, Broadcom, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, and Netflix. We'll be right back.
And when I got there, they have the sushi like
this is Clem.
They're about like sushi, classy. So
Clem's not a morning person, or a night person, or a people person. But he is, and I can solve this in 4 different ways person. And that person is impossible to replace. You need Clem. Clem needs benefits. Work with Principal so we can help you help Clem with a retirement and benefits plan that's right for him.
Sure, but I'm confident, you know.
Let our expertise round out yours.
What we're building is really, really important for the future of humanity.
Companies like Voyager don't just adapt to change, they create it.
Innovation, space, defense, national security is great, but our mission is you.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Order canceled.
Order filled.
Yeah. Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got
Connection
much better.
lost.
AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
The grind catches up with everyone, even me. That's why I trust Cunol Ultra High Absorption Turmeric to support my joint health. It's the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric. It helps you keep doing the things you love at every age. Cunol, the brand I trust.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content. So I can let the world know if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong on your noggins.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the +1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
For me, Squawk Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
It's a privilege to get to talk to them every day.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you might get some useful information.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. My next guest runs the largest event-driven hedge fund on Wall Street. And if you've been listening to him over the last couple of years, because he's joined us twice, well, you would have made some money. He's Matt Halbauer of Pentwater Capital, $7 billion in assets. I'm referring to actually the two times you've been here, Matt. Once was when we discussed the possibility of the close of the Twitter acquisition. You were very bullish. You were right. It closed on terms. And the latest time was back in August, amazingly enough, almost a year ago, when you said the U.S. Steel deal with Nippon would close. And it did. It did, at 55. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever been through anything quite like that, because I'm sure there were plenty of days when you very much doubted your prediction on August 1st on this air that, in fact, it would close.
Well, it was actually very important to me because I came on your show and told everyone that I thought it would close, that it did. And so that actually made me work harder. I spent so many days in Washington, D.C., meeting with senators, meeting with people in the administration, and I'm just thankful that eventually everyone saw the tremendous benefit that Nippon would bring through their $14+ billion of investment, particularly to Pennsylvania, so that the deal got done.
Yeah, and you were a believer along that. Now, I don't know that we've ever seen a golden share provision. That seems to be something somewhat new.
It's borrowed from Europe. In Europe, you'll sometimes see golden shares for national champions, but no, never before in the United States of America. This is brand new here.
Obviously, you were the largest holder of U.S. Steel for some period of time, weren't you?
For at least the last year, yes. We had an economic interest of well in excess of $1 billion of U.S. Steel.
All right, and you've had a very good year performance-wise, certainly is my understanding, and I mentioned your asset size at $7 billion. So the question now is, given you're 2 for 2, I don't know if you're going to be able to go 3 for 3, but let's go through some of your large positions. I know one of them is Fannie and Freddie. And again, we're in the realm of the government here. We're talking about the possible privatization. Obviously, the president has made comments about this. This is a sort of a widespread expectation. You own the preferred. Bill Ackman, for example, very notable hedge fund manager as well. He's been talking about the common stock. Why do you own the preferred, and why do you believe that is going to be a beneficiary of the so-called privatization, which really means returning them to the public markets?
So, David, Bill Ackman and I agree on almost everything about Fannie and Freddie. We agree that President Trump and the Trump administration is going to release them from conservatorship and allow them to be relisted and be public again. We just disagree as to the best way to invest in that. He thinks that the common has more ability to appreciate than the preferred. I think the preferred has more ability to appreciate, and I actually think there's risk in owning the common.
And what is the risk in owning the common, in your opinion?
Well, technically, the government right now owns a senior preferred instrument that is marked on its own balance sheet. And I actually didn't know this until I started to invest in Fannie and Freddie, but the United States Treasury has a balance sheet. They publish their balance sheet, and they mark this senior preferred as being worth several $100 billion. Now, Mr. Ackman thinks that the government should just take that and rip it up and I agree in many ways, because the government lent Freddie and Fannie about $190 billion. They were repaid over $300 billion.
And the dividends that have been paid back to the government as a result of the ownership of those said entities.
Exactly. But there's a legal impediment. If there is actually an asset on the balance sheet, it is very difficult for the government to just rip it up. This was an issue during the previous Trump administration number 1, and there was quite a bit of work done then to try to remove Fannie and Freddie from conservatorship. And the previous Treasury Secretary, Steven Mnuchin, actually, I believe he had a plan to deal with the legal impediments of simply ripping up that senior preferred. And his plan, I believe, was to convert it into common. And they had a nickname for it at the time. They called it the Mnuchin Dilution Solution. And if I had to guess today, my guess is that's what's going to happen, which is why that common actually has some risk.
Okay, so in your opinion, obviously, if in fact they go the Mnuchin Dilution Solution, you dilute the heck out of common holders, and therefore that puts them at risk.
There will be dilution if things go the way I believe they will. I don't know how much dilution. I just think it's important for investors to realize that this is not a riskless investment, because there is in my mind, a relatively high probability.
Whereas the preferred gets paid out.
I believe so, because if you convert the government senior preferred into common, then the junior preferred should remain intact, and that, in my opinion, makes that a better investment.
And you do believe that they will privatize Fannie and Freddie prior to the end of this current administration?
Oh, absolutely. President Trump has posted Truth Socials twice about his intention to do so. And in fact, back, I think it was in 2022 or 2023, he wrote a letter where he talked about how the government taking Fannie and Freddie in conservatorship and then refusing to ever release it was tantamount to socialism and stealing from investors.
All right, let's move on in the time that we have. That's obviously a more than $1 billion position at Pentwater, I believe, correct?
We have $1.3 billion face of Fannie and Freddie preferreds.
You also own a lot of Avis, is my understanding, as well. Perhaps more than people are aware of. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's another $1 billion plus.
Why do you own so much of this rental car company?
Well, if you look at what happened back in April after Liberation Day, you had very large dislocations in a number of stocks, and Avis traded down to $60 a share. And we believe that, especially if you look at next year going forward, this company is going to be able to do a minimum of $1.3 billion of EBITDA, and it has a huge tailwind, and that tailwind is because of President Trump's 25% tariffs on autos. Their largest asset is they own a lot of automobiles, and because of those tariffs, we've already seen used car prices increase 5%, which benefits Avis to the tune of about $800 million of basically free money that they just got.
The stock's already up 130% over the last year.
Can I tell you why I think that's happening?
Yes.
And it's up more than that since April. I think there's a large short interest in Avis, and that large short interest they just released it yesterday and showed almost 20% of the shares are short. Avis has a large holder. They've had this large holder for a long time, a firm called SRS, and they own 58% of the shares. Pentwater owns over 19% of the shares.
You own over 19%. That's not in what's published, at least.
Yeah. Pentwater has, I should say, an economic investment in 19% of the shares.
Okay, so we're at 77% of the shares.
And then if you look at the investments of the index tracking funds, as well as the employees, and you have much more short interest than you actually have available float in Avis right now.
Okay, finally, real quickly, because they're telling me we're out of time, but let's get to a old risk arb.
Order filled.
Yeah. Hess
Order
and Chevron,
submitted.
you believe the deal will close. There's been arbitration. It took place. The hearing did. We're going to hear whether or not Exxon has a right of first refusal on the Guyana asset. That, of course, if they were actually
Order
given
submitted.
that, would screw the deal. My words. Why do you believe otherwise and that Chevron will succeed in closing its Hess transaction?
Well, we have, again, $1 billion
Order
Hess,
canceled.
because I do believe that they'll be successful in the arbitration. You can make 8% on your money between now and approximately August 1st, 6 weeks. So if you can make 8% every 6 weeks, you're doing quite well. But even as important as that, Hess is growing their EBITDA at 20% a year. Chevron is growing its EBITDA mid-single digits. And if the deal breaks, I actually think a month after the deal breaks, you make money owning Hess versus Chevron.
So you don't see any downside, and you actually think they will succeed in the arbitration?
Absolutely.
All right. Matt, thanks for coming on again. We'll see whether you're 3 for 3. Appreciate it.
Thank you, David.
Matt Halbauer from Pentwater. Over to you, Sarah.
Okay, David, still to come on the show, RFK's new vaccine panel convening for the first time this week. We've got the latest on the stocks that could be impacted. Don't go anywhere.
As an independent financial advisor, my promise to you is simple.
As a fiduciary, I promise to put your interest first, always.
I promise that our relationship will go well beyond just investment decisions.
It's the intersection of your money and your life where we can make the biggest difference.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
Franklin Templeton ETFs. With over 70 ETFs, we have solutions for every market, helping advisors build the portfolios of the future today. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right.
Is she leaving?
Yes.
Oh, it's happening. It is happening.
At Corient, wealth management begins and
Connection
ends with
lost.
you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing Bell Overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
As Volvo celebrates 70 years in the U.S., we honor our dedicated American employees who assemble our cars with care and precision, and whose true purpose is to get you home safely. To continue our commitment in Texas, our starting price on new model year 2025 cars will remain unchanged.
As a parent, you wear many hats: the chef, the referee, the storyteller, and as you begin to plan your kids' education, the decision maker. Fortunately, that decision is easy with Abeka, because our curriculum is built to set your kids up for success in life, so you can sleep well tonight. Which is good, because in the morning you'll have to wear yet another hat: the chauffeur. Learning for life begins with the right homeschool education. Learn more at abekahomeschool.com.
Welcome back. Despite the market nearing new highs here, the healthcare sector is one of the few groups still negative on the year. Also the second worst performer for Q2, just behind energy. UNH, United Healthcare, biggest drag on the sector, down 42% since the start of April, David.
All right, meanwhile, RFK's new handpicked vaccine advisory committee voting on the RSV vaccine this morning and the flu shot this afternoon. Angelica Peoples has the latest for us. Angelica.
Hey, David, that's right. So in its first decision, the new ACIP voting 5-2 to recommend Merck's RSV shot for newborns. Now, this wasn't seen as a controversial decision, but one of the new members raised his concerns about the safety of the immunization that led to a lengthy debate. Later today, we'll hear about the flu shots and measles, mumps, rubella, and varicella vaccine in toddlers. The panel will vote on flu shots, including those that contain thimerosal. That's a preservative that prevents contamination of multi-dose vaccine vials, and it's long been a focus of vaccine skeptics. over fears of mercury exposure. We don't have the exact language that they'll be voting on yet, but that presentation going on right now, and the presence alone on the agenda today speaks to the scrutiny that we're seeing from these new panelists. The new chairman, Martin Kaldorf, yesterday announced that the panel will create 2 new work groups. These are basically subcommittees that help inform the larger group. One will review the childhood vaccine schedule, and the other will review vaccines that haven't been reviewed in more than 7 years. And so, again, a lot more to watch, guys. Sarah, back over to you.
Okay, we'll do that, Angelica. Thank you. Coming up, Lazard Chairman and CEO Peter Orszag discussing everything from the future of the Democratic Party to why he's worried about the country's national debt, the Fed, M&A. We've got a lot to get to with Peter. Money Movers begins right after a quick break.
Real-time exchange sector sort is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
Pedro's parents planned for adventure, but they didn't plan for him to make a new best friend. You were made to get more than you bargained for. We were made to help you save on packages. Expedia, made to travel.
In a Jurassic world, every Jeep vehicle is Jurassic rated. Experience open-air freedom for all. Unsurpassed towing, no matter what it is. Or a third row to fit in all the adventure. Jeep, Jurassic World Rebirth.
Right now with Employee Pricing Plus, purchase and get an average of $8,200 below MSRP on 2025 Jeep Gladiator, Rubicon, and Mojave models. Hurry, this great offer will become extinct June 30th.
In any business, you ride the line between numbers and people. What's right for the business and what's best for everyone who depends on it. Solving today's challenges while creating future opportunities. It takes balance. CLA, CPAs, consultants, and wealth advisors will get you there.
Nate Jones lines things up, checks his Fidelity app, looks to outside analysts to get a second opinion. Nate likes what he sees. And he places the trade.
Talk about easier investing.
Let's go! We need samples from living dinosaurs.
You want to take samples while they're alive?
Jurassic World, rated PG-13.
Good Thursday morning again. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Sarah Eisen with David Faber today, live from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. On the show, stocks continuing to flirt with record highs. Are there also renewed signs of life in the capital markets? We'll discuss with Lazard CEO Peter Orszag in just a few.
Plus, NVIDIA CEO says AI and robotics will be the next, quote, multi-trillion-dollar opportunity. But is the hype overblown, or investors perhaps underestimating the risks? We'll talk about that in the Tech Check.
And crypto links. The first record in 3 years, the rally fueled by growing acceptance of the industry. We're going to discuss what's next for regulation in the space with former CFTC chair Russ Benham.
All right, let's get a look at markets right now. You can see we are up across the board with the S&P up almost 0.6%. We didn't even talk about the GDP number we got.
Yeah, worse than expected. I mean, because I don't make too much of the first quarter GDP. I think it's so distorted by imports and exports and givebacks. And by the way, the second quarter is going to look really good because it'll be a bounce back on that front because they were loading up on tariffs, on inventories ahead of tariffs. And now, there's that give back. Really, it's going to be the consumer spending numbers that matter. And they were a little worse in the first quarter.
They were, yeah.
Yeah, but we'll start with big tech. I'm not sure it's moving the markets right now. I mean, we're higher.
Yeah.
But, what could be moving the markets is the fall in treasury yields, which has been helpful, and that continues today. We'll start with big tech. That's the other reason the market's higher. Surge for some of the world's largest companies. We're talking Microsoft, Netflix, Palantir, Broadcom, NVIDIA, all returning to all-time highs. Christina Partsinevelos with us and has more on the chip maker, NVIDIA, following the annual meeting yesterday. Is there a catalyst, Christina, for these moves?
Well, it's not anything in particular, especially with that annual meeting yesterday. Jensen Huang didn't say anything that he hadn't already said in the past. You mentioned the trillion-dollar market for robots, too. That's something he said. But the enthusiasm overall is just really back and forth. NVIDIA, hit an all-time high, climbing above 153, or closing at 154 yesterday. That's up roughly 65% from its April lows when the stock briefly dipped below $88. And this remarkable turnaround has really propelled the chipmaker's market cap to about 3.8 trillion, or just shy of 3.8 trillion, making it the world's most valuable company, trading places with Microsoft for that crown. Going into this past earnings season, though, many assumed big tech's AI spending had peaked. CapEx had peaked. Would fade. But the latest guidance from companies like Microsoft, Google, Amazon really tells a different story. They're planning even bigger infrastructure investments through 2026. Microsoft alone deploying tens of thousands of NVIDIA Blackwell GPU and ramping to about hundreds of thousands. And so that is really sinking in right now. The fact that CapEx has not peaked. NVIDIA still controls at least 80% of the GPU market. So when these hyperscalers spend big on AI infrastructure, NVIDIA gets the lion's share. And recent easing, this is a second trigger for the uptick in NVIDIA. Recent easing of U.S.-China trade tensions really also lifted regulatory pressure, while strong performance from memory maker Micron just last night, one of NVIDIA's key suppliers, really signals robust demand ahead for NVIDIA. And so all of these factors really pushing the momentum for NVIDIA past its Mag 7 peers, cementing its position at the heart of the AI trade. So to come full circle, Sarah, it wasn't any particular trigger, more the digestion. The CapEx spending is going to continue. The tensions from China are slightly easing. You've got Micron, the first barometer heading into the next earnings cycle that is showing some strength and demand continuing. And at the heart of it is NVIDIA.
Christina,
David.
thank you. Yeah, I'll take it. Christina Partsinevelos. Let's get more on the broader market now. Our next guest, who says a positive surprise could lie ahead for investors, enough to take the S&P to as high as 6,600 by the end of the year. Joining us here at Post 9, UBS Global Wealth Senior Portfolio Manager, Alan Rechtschaffen. Alan, good to have you here.
Thank you, David. It's great to be back.
What's the surprise?
So, David, we just went through a 12-day war. We went through tariffs. We haven't even seen the positive impact of this administration's policies. So if we have the administration's policies kick in and we see a shift in animal spirits, you could see the market go significantly higher. Our base case is 6,000 on the S&P, and we're higher than that right now. But we see that the market could go to 6,600, 6,700 by the end of the year if you see a shift in the animal spirits reflecting what you're seeing in the market today.
Well, what would be the reason for that shift? In other words, would it be the passage of the big beautiful bill, because that's what it's called? I'm not saying it is that. Would it be something on tariffs? What do you think it would be?
I think it's a combination. I think it's increased faith in this administration's ability to handle the economy. It's increased ability of the market to understand that the Fed's going to lower interest rates, and interest rates coming in and being a catalyst also. We're looking for 100 basis points of decrease in the next 6 months by the beginning of next year, or in the first quarter of next year. And I think that the combination of the tariffs being in the rearview mirror, we've gone from 2.5% tariffs to 15% tariffs. We have crude oil significantly lower than it was last year, from $80 down to $66. All these things are extremely positive for the market and can be a catalyst for big moves up. And I think the biggest story is what's going on in technology. I mean, you have a new technology, artificial intelligence, that's the new electricity, not the new internet.
Yeah. Well, we could argue that that's why the market has been so strong and so resilient given all of these headwinds. I'll hand it to you, Alan, because you have been consistently one of the most bullish portfolio managers we've had on this network, you have been right. I think the question from here is what is not priced in at this moment about everything you've said?
Well, I think things that are not priced in are geopolitical events such as the 12-day war, which we got past, other geopolitical events that we can't predict. We would balance our portfolios with gold. I mean, you see gold rise to $3,300+ an ounce. But
I guess I just mean on the positive side of things, what at this point is not priced in. You said the handling of the administration, the economy. I feel like the market's given the president the benefit of the doubt.
Right, but
some might be surprised to see a 15% effective tariff rate in the stock market at record highs.
Right, except we are where we were in February right now. So we haven't even begun to fight. This market can go significantly higher from where it was in February. We have 6 months left in the year. So I think that the upside surprise is there in that it could become base case over the next few months.
Although, Alan, I mean, July 9th, we could also see a trigger for tariffs going higher again. I mean, it's not that far away. We just don't know, and that could potentially send investors to the sidelines for some period of time, couldn't it?
100%. We could get derailed, but I think what we've seen from Scott Bessent and from the president and from Stephen Myron, the team at the White House, at the Treasury, and the idea of the Federal Reserve starting to lower rates is that the tariffs are not the biggest story here. There are other stories that can affect the market, and I think crude oil is an underrated story, that crude oil prices have come down. That is a tax decrease.
Agree. I mean, I think we've seen that. I'm not sure that the Fed is on the same page in terms of lowering interest rates. They're pretty wait and see right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're data dependent, which, you know, the president argues for having coordination between the White House and the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve does have to maintain its independence, but everybody has the same goals, which is employment be positive in America, that the growth in America be positive, that spending be cut. So at the end of the day, this idea of a shadow Federal Reserve, which some people are talking about today, I think that at the end of the day, the Federal Reserve will look at the data and be able to lower rates.
The market doesn't seem bothered by this idea of a shadow Federal Reserve. Stocks are higher, bonds are higher, dollar is a little bit weaker. Do you think that that's a cause for concern if we actually see that?
Well, I think the idea of a shadow Federal Reserve, of naming a successor and having the successor say his impressions, is not much different than the president saying it, because the president is the one who's in charge of appointing the chairman of the Fed. And we still have some runway with Powell being there, but Powell can be a reasonable person. We've seen him be reasonable in the past.
Submitted.
He is data dependent, so he has to react to what he sees. But I think that the integration of what the information that's coming out of the White House, Steve Myron's report about the growth prospects in the United States, if you look at the consensus view on CPI, we see some increased CPI by the end of the year, maybe up to 3. But next year and the year after, moderation of that, you could see a Federal Reserve that's forward-looking and starts to lower rates.
All right, Alan, thank you.
David, it's always a pleasure being here. Good to see you, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the biggest optimists on the market that we have. Lazard CEO Peter Orszag is coming up on the other side of this break, formerly serving as President Obama's budget director as well. We'll talk about what he's seeing in the deal space, in the budget space, and a lot to get to here.
Yeah, former chairman of the CFTC is here at Post 9 with his outlook for crypto legislation in the predictions market. Kalshi just announcing, by the way, a new funding round. It hits a $2 billion valuation. Money Movers will be right back.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up, but what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more,
Order
call Fisher
filled.
today.
Order filled.
Call 1-800-213-5317.
Order submitted.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please.
I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yes. Yes.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
Every day, I'm checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC Plus. CNBC Podcasts. All your shows on the go. The latest market news and analysis.
Order
Ready
filled.
when you are.
Order filled.
Don't miss out. Listen to CNBC
Order submitted.
wherever you get your podcasts.
In a Jurassic world, every Jeep vehicle is Jurassic rated. Experience open-air freedom for all. And adventure all summer long.
Order submitted.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Oh no, is this like an in the
Order filled.
Order
Can't
filled.
get
in there? I need food. Can't swim while I'm eating. Genius. Tiny bites.
Order
The chip
submitted.
will keep you dry.
Order canceled.
That felt mean and
Order
intentional.
submitted. Order submitted. Order
I have
submitted.
Usher syndrome, a rare condition that's causing me to lose all of my vision and hearing at the same time. I'm a fighter, trying to hold on to what I still have. But I can't do it alone.
Welcome back to Money Movers. Seeing signs of life in the capital markets lately. Jefferies management saying in its earnings report last night that they were optimistic about investment banking and strategic opportunities in the second half of the year. And we have seen this pickup in IPOs so far this year. Dealogic noting 95 companies have listed on U.S. exchanges so far this year, up 30% from last year, and some of them very successful moves. Joining us now is Lazard CEO Peter Orszag. Peter was also the director of the Office of Management and Budget in the Obama administration, former director of the Congressional Budget Office. It's great to have you, Peter. What are you seeing at Lazard as far as the pipeline for activity?
Order
Look,
filled.
I think the market is in the
Order
process
submitted.
of coming back after a hiccup at the beginning of April, and it won't be linear, but we're optimistic about the pathway forward, both in Europe and in the United States.
Are you talking M&A, IPOs, all of the above?
All of the above. I think, again, what's really important is that the
Order
massive amount of
filled.
uncertainty that was created at the beginning of April is dissipating. Part of that is the rise of the Treasury Department in the process, and it's very important that that be maintained in order to see
Order filled.
continued momentum going forward.
Order
But again,
filled.
nothing's linear in this world, and so these are all
Order
promising
canceled.
signs, but
Order
there will be ups
filled.
and downs.
What do you mean the rise of the Treasury Department?
Order submitted.
I think what we saw at the beginning of April was a somewhat chaotic policy process out of the administration. And starting with the pause in particular, the Treasury Department is clearly at the center of economic policymaking, and that's been a very constructive development.
Do you need to have Fed cuts to really get things going?
Order filled.
No, I think, look, I
Order
don't
submitted.
anticipate the Fed will be cutting this year, and I think the market and people are anticipating an uptick in
Order
activity
submitted.
even with current rates. And I think, again, lower rates would help spur further activity, but it's not necessary. There will be, I think, upward momentum even in the absence of a rate cut this year.
Peter, in the conversations I have with bankers or lawyers who focus on M&A, they do seem to be a bit more optimistic than they were previously, although coming into the year, they were incredibly optimistic.
Yeah,
but they keep
right.
saying,
We're not back to
dialogue.
Davos
Yeah.
levels yet. No.
Right. No, gosh.
Order
yeah.
submitted.
Dialogues are picking up, and, they are looking at the back half. Maybe we get some more announcements. Do you agree with that? Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, again, I don't want to comment quarter by quarter. I think that what we've said publicly
Order
before
filled.
is that there is an increased sense of momentum, and I
Order
think that
filled.
continues.
Order submitted.
And that's
Order
because
filled.
the underlying
Order
drivers
filled.
of M&A in particular remain
Order
really
filled.
strong. Technology leading to innovation and potentially more accommodating regulatory environment. And that is an important development. I think people misunderstood the retention of the guidelines from the antitrust authorities earlier in the year. And what we've now seen is some clarification that there will be changes. It's not going to be anything goes.
Order submitted.
But it will be a more accommodating regulatory environment than under the prior administration.
What about the geopolitical landscape? I know an increasing part of your business has been advisory on geopolitics. After we did have this 12-day war where the U.S. got involved, what are you telling your clients about where the opportunities and the risks are in this new world?
Well, there is a huge shift happening, and one of the most exciting opportunities we have to see whether it will be realized is the opportunity for the Middle East in particular to move from a focus on religious expansionism to economic growth as an organizing principle. This has not been even remotely possible in our lifetimes, and we are on the verge of being able to see that possibility come to realization, not just in the Sunni part of the region, but possibly also extending into the Shia part of the region. That is a massive change in the global economy and could well be a source of very substantial economic growth going forward. But we need to realize that opportunity. The first steps have been taken, and now the question is, can we go the rest of the way and realize that dream? It is truly a remarkable set of developments.
Peter, bringing things closer to home, you're a longtime Democrat, of course. You also run a financial services firm based in New York City. What is your reaction to the possibility that the city will be run by a socialist?
And to your party embracing
Let me step back. Yeah, let me step back and just say I think I'm saddened to say that I think the Democratic Party is becoming increasingly anti-Semitic and anti-capitalism. And the thing about it is turning towards socialism and turning away from your moral principles through anti-Semitism never works. So there is a fundamental concern that I have, and I think many people have, about the direction of the Democratic Party along those two dimensions.
Submitted.
Are you switching sides? Switching the Republicans?
I'm hopeful that the Democratic Party will change course. And again, history shows that neither being anti-capitalism nor being anti-Semitic is the pathway to any sort of good outcome. It just simply never works, and it's also morally problematic.
As a CEO who obviously has a workforce based in New York,
order canceled.
What will be your reaction? Will you change any of your strategic plans in terms of investing and/or how you view your workforce if Mamdani becomes the mayor?
There are a lot of hypotheticals built into that question. First, let's see what happens in the general election here in New York. And then we have to see what policy changes happen. I would say that we are very committed to New York. The bar would be high for us to move, but we have to see how things play out.
I mean, you said something pretty stunning about your party as one of the more prominent Democrat donors and policymakers in the Obama administration that's becoming increasingly anti-Semitic. What specifically are you referring to, and what has you concerned beyond this New York mayoral election?
The Democratic candidate for mayor has embraced the global intifada idea. The DCCC has distributed fundraising emails from a senior Democratic operative who had said that Jewish donors are only interested in tax cuts. The senior leadership of the party still seems to have cognitive dissonance over its stance on Israel, and you go down the list and it's problematic.
Have you voiced these concerns internally? Senator Schumer,
yes.
Leader Jeffries?
I think there are a variety of people who have raised these concerns. Let's see how this plays out, but I do think that it's reached a level where it needs to be articulated.
Do you think there's going to be people are going to coalesce around the candidacy of Mayor Adams then? I mean, I don't know what. I'm just curious as to how you see it playing out, Peter.
Well, again, I think the New York mayoral race is only part of this broader question. I think the Democratic Party needs to decide what it stands for. It needs to put forward an economic vision of a pathway forward, and it needs to decide what its moral principles are, including on things like anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
What do you think it should stand for?
That's beyond just the mayor's race.
Yeah.
What is your advice?
I think it should stand for an agenda that mirrors what Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson have put forward in their abundance book, that recognizes that we need to expand supply in addition to subsidizing demand, that recognizes that capitalism has its flaws, but produces far better outcomes than any other system that mankind has designed, and that sticks to the moral principle that hate speech of any type, including anti-Semitism, is unacceptable, and that you have a merit-based and opportunity-based system that is as inclusive as possible.
Finally, to bring it back to the sort of the macro and domestic issues as well, though, and tariffs. You mentioned Treasury's role here, Peter, and your expectations there. What are your expectations when it comes to July 9th, given that will obviously be important overall in terms of the resumption of tariffs, perhaps reciprocal tariffs at a higher rate? Or will Treasury and Scott Bessent sort of, have the leading voice here and perhaps ameliorate some of those concerns?
Well, there are two things here. Let's hope that the Treasury Secretary, and I do have confidence that this is what will happen, lands the plane in terms of a reasonable set of outcomes. The other thing to, of course, be watching is what's happening in the courts. We still have that Court of International Trade ruling that is going to work its way through the legal system, and that the result of which would be not that we get rid of tariffs, but that there has to be more process and fact-based findings around whatever tariffs are imposed. That's a good thing also. So there's this duality of trust in the Treasury Department and also the legal system doing its work, both of which lead to, I think, a more narrow set of outcomes on the tariffs, and that's what the market's expecting. If that were not to be the case, we'd be in a different scenario.
I know you said that you're not decided yet on whether you're going to be Republican, but you're optimistic about the second half of the year.
I'm a Democrat.
Sarah wants you to become a Republican, Peter.
You're critical of the
she wants you to join
Party.
her.
I'm just sort of wondering, you're as a business leader, you're out of the Obama administration now, what your judgment is so far on President Trump's economic policies.
I disagree with a lot of what the president is doing from an economic policy perspective, but the American economy is a very robust thing. And I would go back to reminding people that a lot of what happens over the next 3 to 5 years is going to depend on technology and not on tariffs or other things that are happening. So I remain optimistic about the U.S. economy going forward. I don't love all of the policies that the Trump administration has put forward.
Okay, Peter. Well, we appreciate your candor and talking us through all the hot topics right now. Peter Orszag, the CEO of Lazard.
Good to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you. After the break, a look ahead to Nike results. They're coming later today. Stocks down more than 15% since the last report in March. What the street is looking for next.
Plus the president's beratement of the Fed chair and Fed Chair Powell's reaction to the pressure from President Trump to cut rates. That's when Money Movers returns.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Every morning, even before the market's
Order
open, I'm
canceled.
planning my moves that I make throughout the day. When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up, and that eats directly into your potential returns. I found that Public is really the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. For me, when it comes to investing, timing is everything, and Public allows me to get a step ahead.
The grind catches up with everyone, even me. That's why I trust Cunol Ultra High Absorption Turmeric to support my joint health. It's the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric that helps you keep doing the things you love at every age. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
We ran a promotion cutting the price of Mint Unlimited in half, and it was so popular, we're doing it again. It's like a sequel that's actually as good as the original. Maybe better. Definitely not worse. Okay, it's exactly the same.
Every 15
Order
seconds,
submitted.
someone will hear the words, "You have cancer." At the American Cancer Society, we're here to help people through their entire journey. And today, we're asking for your support. Your gift helps fund important research that saves lives.
I owe it all to the American Cancer
Order filled.
Society.
We can't do this without you. Go to give.cancer.org or scan
Order
the QR
submitted.
code to donate today.
As an independent financial advisor, I stand by these promises.
As a fiduciary, I promise to be the financial steward that you
Order-
and your family
order canceled.
I promise to put your long-term financial well-being above any short-term transaction.
Everyone has a big picture. My job is to help you invest
Order
in yours.
canceled.
Charles Schwab is proud
Order
to support
filled.
the independent financial
Order
advisors
canceled.
who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Countdown to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere. New York for the open.
On our way.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
All right, let's get over to Angelica Peebles now. She has a news alert on Novo Nordisk and Weight Watchers. Angelica.
Yeah, David, Novo Nordisk just announcing that they will partner with Weight Watchers to offer Wegovy at a discounted price. Remember, just a few days ago, Novo dropped Hims from its partnership. It's partnering with other telehealth companies like Ro and LifeMD to offer Wegovy at a discounted cash price for people who can't get the drug covered through their insurance. And so at this point, it appears that they are dropping Hims in place of Weight Watchers, and they say that they're also in talks with other companies, so we'll have to keep an eye out to see what more. And they're also offering a discounted price, $299, and then after that, it's $499. So still significantly more than some of those compounded versions, but also a much bigger discount than the list price if you don't have insurance.
So another knock on Hims there, I guess. I'm partnering with Weight Watchers instead. Thank you, Angelica. We are watching Nike ahead of its earnings report later today. Shares are down more than 15% since the last report on March 20th. It's well off of the highs, more than 30% or so. Nike's been in the crosshairs with tariffs against China and other places where it manufactures, like Vietnam, but it has also been an uphill turnaround story, and by all accounts, it's not there yet. So Wall Street is expecting another decline in sales, 15% from last year. And the question for investors is, when and how does that turn? So here are three things that I'd be watching on that front. Watch the wholesale revenues. This is CEO Elliott Hill. He's been in the seat for 8 months. One of his priorities was to mend relationships with wholesalers like Dick's and Foot Locker and others after years that Nike has prioritized direct to consumer. Let's see if there's any progress. Inventories. Nike's been in cleanup mode to cut down inventories, especially in key franchises like Dunks, Air Force Ones, Air Jordan Ones, to clear out for new products and new innovation, which has been what the turnaround has been all about. And then watch China. You know, the weaker consumer in China has hurt Nike. And now with tariffs, more nationalistic attitudes perhaps, is there any sign that it is looking up? Because local brands have taken share. So we'll be looking for a sign of return to growth in that key market as well. David, the biggest question when it comes to Nike is the visibility. And it's not so much the numbers, because we're not expecting much in this quarter. It's what will they say about guidance on the call? Will they give full year guidance, quarterly guidance? And what will Elliott Hill say about whether any of his turnaround strategies are bearing fruit, and when we can look for any kind of inflection in margins and in sales and in traffic?
I mean, innovation by its very nature is new, but do they really have any innovation?
They'll talk about, you know, some releases. They delayed the Skims partnership, for instance, but, you know, there have been some running shoes that have done well, the new Pegasus, but That's the problem, is that Nike has lost share to some of these brands like Hoka and On, which are doing well. New Balance right now is doing very well.
Also on the clothing side as well, I would assume.
On the apparel side as well. So there's not, it just doesn't have that, no, right now. And that's been part of the reason why traffic has been sluggish and sales have been down for several quarters in a row now.
All right. Well, I'm sure we'll be talking about it tomorrow morning.
Yeah, only 50. It's interesting on the street. You know, Jeffrey says buy the swoosh now, come in early ahead of the turnaround. It's a split. It's like 50% of analysts are on hold, 50% say buy, which is low for Nike in history.
There it is. Yeah, time to buy the swoosh. All right. It's also time for a news update. Silvana now has that for us. Silvana.
Hey, David. Good morning. Well, closing arguments are underway in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Prosecution rested Tuesday after calling 34 witnesses over several weeks. The defense rested its case without calling any witnesses. Combs has denied all charges. He faces decades in prison if convicted on all counts. The Trump Mobile website has scrubbed language indicating that the Trump phone is to be made in the USA. The website says the device is, quote, designed with American values in mind. Now, a spokesman for Trump Mobile dismissed the report, saying the phones are proudly being made in America. The change was first reported by The Verge. And the social network is reportedly getting a sequel at Sony Pictures. Deadline reports Aaron Sorkin is working on the follow-up to his 2010 hit, which profiled the early days of Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook. Now, the first film was directed by David Fincher, but Sorkin rumored to helm the sequel, which will be based on a 2021 Wall Street Journal investigation called the Facebook Files, Sarah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Silvana. Yeah. Silvana Hanau. The former chair of the CFTC is coming up with us after the break with more on the Genius Act and the future of crypto regulation. Money Movers will be right back.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com. Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform.
Tamara, Izzy, and Emma. No one puts more love into logistics than these three. You need them. They need a retirement plan. Work with principals so we can help you with a plan that's right for your team. Let our expertise round out yours.
A vacation starts with how you get there. A private jet experience from One Flight's budget. You've got to see this. Plug in your itinerary, search from over 5,000 planes, pay, and you're on your way.
Nothing better than a personalized meal on board.
It should be a beautiful day in the Bahamas, Mr. Hirschbach. We should be landing in about 20 minutes.
A great vacation always starts with your flight experience.
Receive a $10,000 credit towards your first flight.
What if the future of finance wasn't built around averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're redefining financial strategy around lifespan. This is a new era of investing built on the truth of your life. Welcome to Abacus Global Management.
Selling a car is a big deal. You've had some big moments. Okay, and some wrong turns. But when you're ready to sell, Car Gurus is a big help. Get multiple offers instantly, so you choose the best deal. Car Gurus, the #1 most visited car shopping site.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
QX80, you are cleared for takeoff.
Why go commercial when you can have all the comforts of private? The all-new Infiniti QX80. Own true Infiniti luxury today. We won't raise the MSRP on any vehicle before July 7th.
It's a true story that happened right here in my town.
One night, 17 kids got out of bed, walked downstairs, and into the dark. A lot of people die in a lot of really weird ways in this story. You're not gonna find it in the news.
Rewatch it. Rewatch it. Rewatch it.
New trailer online now, rated R.
There's a reason Chevy's called the heartbeat of America. Because we proudly roll trucks off the line in cities like Arlington. For the people who keep Texas moving. For them, only America's most dependable trucks will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
Get the freedom to save and $4,750 total customer cash on this Chevy Silverado. Chevy drives Texas. Together, let's drive.
It has been a big few days for the crypto space after the Senate passed the Genius Act. That's the bill establishing federal guardrails for dollar-pegged stablecoins for the first time. Our next guest is the former head of the CFTC, just testified before Congress on the market structure framework for digital assets. Joining us here at Post 9 is Russ Benham, distinguished fellow at Georgetown University's Saros Center for Financial Markets and Policy. It's good to see you, Russ. Welcome.
Good to see you, too. Thanks.
So
Thanks for
the
having me.
Genius Act, are you a fan?
Yeah, I think, look, I've been saying this for years. Without action by Congress, the crypto market, whether it's the stablecoin bill, you mentioned market structure, is unregulated. It's growing. It's a growth area. There's a lot of interest by retail investors, a lot of interest by institutional investors who are remaining on the sideline. And I think from a customer protections, market resiliency standpoint, it is better that we start moving towards a regulated market. It's imperfect. It's still working through both the Senate and the House before I think it gets to the president's desk. But ultimately, it does bring in the stablecoin issuers within the remit of the banking regulators. And that transparency, I think, is going to be really important, not only for the health of the Treasury market, but also for the health of users who want transparency and understanding of how the market's being regulated.
Does it do anything to advance the debate over regulation for other cryptos?
Well,
that's what you were very involved with.
Yeah, it's interesting. As a former market regulator,
Order
I was very
canceled.
focused on the market side of things. There are multiple sort of legs to this stool. Stablecoins are a significant leg to this stool. And the fact that it was moving forward, I think, is a very positive step. The next move is the market structure side of things. And as you pointed out, I did testify on Tuesday. There's a bill on the House side that has moved out of committee. So I think now the conversation has turned to market structure, which would give both the SEC and the CFTC authority to regulate the centralized exchanges and perhaps even DeFi, decentralized exchanges, in the future.
Is the industry pushing back on that?
No, the industry, I think, is supportive of a thoughtful approach. And I think for them, it's an opportunity to really gain credibility, but also get certainty. You know, they're working in an environment in the U.S. where they don't truly understand what the rules of the road are. I think from a former regulator standpoint, my issue was always I don't have the tools to regulate bad actors and to identify fraud and manipulation. So I think there are two wins out of this, both legitimacy and credibility and clear rules of the road so that folks can grow and innovate and develop products. But also for the regulators, both federal and state, it's visibility into what's going on so that we can police and enforce the market. Because inevitably, there will be bad actors. We've seen that a lot over the past couple of years. And we need to root that out so the good actors can grow and have some certainty.
Well, I mean, Circle has made it a virtue, for example, that it is happy to have this regulation. Yeah. I think it's helped since it's gone public. Obviously, the stock has soared. Is it a concern for Tether, which obviously is not based in this country?
Well, I think, look, yet. But this was always an argument I faced talking to members of Congress. If we pass bills around crypto, it legitimizes this industry. And at a time in 22 and 23 when you had rampant fraud, big in scale, I think a lot of members in Congress were questioning why would they legitimize an industry that is so rampant with bad actors. But ultimately, in the balance between an unregulated market where investors are getting hurt and legitimizing an industry, my take was we need to put regulation and guardrails around the industry. So you will see the companies that are involved succeed. They will grow because you will then have money on the sidelines that now feels more confident investing in the space.
Russ, I wanted to ask you about another. I know you were involved when you were at CFTC in the betting markets. Because the news this week is that Kalshi just secured a $2 billion valuation with its latest fundraising round. Look, it predicted the Trump win, predicted the Mamdani win, which we were closely following here in New York. Polymarket not legal, right, for U.S. betting. Kalshi is. What's the story here with regulation?
Well, Kalshi came in years ago, and credit to them, they came into the CFTC back in 2018. I think I was at the commission at the time, wanting to always come in the regulatory fold. And they got their license several years ago and have been listing products. This is a growth area. There is no doubt about it. Prediction markets arguably are more accurate than polling or other sorts of identifying sort of wins or losses. The question that I had and that you and I discussed, Sarah, over several years, quite frankly, is
politics.
What is the line between what is legal, what is illegal? And I think it's a classic example of markets and technology moving faster than the law. So whether it's elections, whether it's sports, you now have contracts on the outcome of sporting events. A lot of state attorney generals are not pleased about this, gaming associations, tribal communities. So this is a situation where both the courts are making decisions on the elections front. A district court in D.C. ruled in favor of Kalshi last year, and the election contracts are trading.
You did not want that. You wanted, you don't want to see betting on politics, right?
We banned it. I've been very clear about that since day one when I was in my former role. We took efforts to ban contracts on elections. We were sued and we lost, and that's fine. Federal district judge made that decision. We will move on. Now a question is arisen around sports. There's ongoing lawsuits around sports contracts. Again, state AGs, gaming associations, and tribal communities.
Well, it's an important revenue source for them as well.
It is a massive revenue source, and there is a big federal state legal issue that is being decided in courts. I also think it's really important for Congress to get involved because there are moral hazards with some of these contracts. It's one thing to have a contract on CPI, manufacturing data, Fed interest rates, right? Economic indicators, weather indicators, any number of things. But there are certain areas which I think the law needs to catch up with the markets and the technology because it will move very fast. And I think Congress needs to get involved because these are the types of contracts.
What would be an example of moral hazard then in terms of Kalshi and the prediction markets for elections?
Yeah, I always said on the election side, you have election contracts, you're making the CFTC an election cop. If there are allegations of fraud or manipulation in an election, whether it's a busted voting machine or a social media tweet about a candidate doing something or not doing something, you can manipulate markets. Do you want a market regulator overseeing potential fraud in an election? I personally don't think that's what Congress intended with a market regulator.
So you buy into this idea of backdoor gambling? That's what this is?
I think a lot of it is speculative, and there's probably an element of hedging, but you really need big institutional clients. And I know the entities think as this market grows, there will be institutional interest, but at this point, there are certain areas that I think Congress and policymakers really need to think hard of before we go down the road.
Are they doing that? Is that on the agenda at all?
Look, as they are thinking about it, whether or not they're writing laws about it, different story.
All right, Russ. Well, thank you for flagging it here.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
Russ Benham, it's good to see you, former CFTC chair.
All right, still ahead, the debate over when the Fed will cut rates next. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee weighed in this morning on our air. Those comments when we come back.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
My UTIs were a recurring nightmare.
So the
Then we found support with Eucora.
Eucora has UTI relief products and science-backed supplements that offer a proactive approach to urinary health. I finally feel free. Try today at eucora.com.
You've asked me that 3 times already.
I did? This is exactly how it started with Mom.
Worried about your brain health?
Cerefolin Brain Wellness has a dual-action formula that slows cognitive decline while improving memory, focus, and concentration. Those taking Cerefolin Brain Wellness experienced a slower rate of brain shrinkage. Now also available without a prescription at cerefolin.com and Amazon.
It changed my mind.
Neurologist recommended Cerefolin Brain Wellness.
With gold and copper prices breaking all-time highs, U.S. Gold Corp offers investors tremendous leverage to both gold and copper at its project in mining-friendly Wyoming. U.S. Gold Corp has a reserve of 1.5 million ounces of gold equivalents, fully permitted to mine, producing a gold and copper concentrate with only 12.5 million shares outstanding and a portfolio of world-class American strategic metals assets. U.S. Gold Corp. Join the golden age.
Life insurance is a wonderful asset, but what happens when you no longer need it or you can't afford it any longer? Meet Tom and Susan. They chose to sell their policy for $200,000 cash. Now they're sailing through retirement.
Order filled.
If you own a life
Order
insurance
filled.
policy of $100,000 or more, you may be able
Order
to sell
submitted.
it for cash. Get an instant estimate at ovidlife.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Or call 1-800-502-0100. That's 1-800-502-0100.
For me, Squawk Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
It's a privilege to get to talk to them every day.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you might get some useful information.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
We need samples from living dinosaurs.
That's kind of our specialty.
Let's go!
Jurassic World.
Order
Rated
canceled.
PG-13.
Order filled.
Welcome back. Fed Chair Powell reiterating he's in no rush to cut interest rates. Other officials, such
Order
as Fed Governors
submitted.
Waller and Bowman, indicating they could support a July cut. CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman speaking with Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee earlier this morning. Steve, where does he fall?
He falls a little bit towards the chair here. The Chicago Fed President joining a growing chorus of Fed officials who are saying they generally see rates coming down, but they want a few more months of data before pulling the trigger.
The tariffs and other uncertainties in the economy threw a bunch of dust in the air. So I do think it's important that we get clarity, A, that there's not going to be an increase in inflation, or B, if there is going to be an increase in inflation, that it's not going to be a lasting increase in inflation, that it is in fact going to be transitory.
There's that transitory word. Goolsbee notes that if employment stays steady, inflation comes down, the funds rate could move from the current 4.33 level to 3% over the next 10 to 15 months. Separately, Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin said in a speech that there is little upside if the Fed acts too fast. He sees tariffs increasing inflation, but he won't take any action off the table. And in San Francisco, Fed President Mary Daly told Bloomberg that a muted tariff impact may open the door to rate cuts in the fall, and she's not seeing warning signs in the labor market. Now, this is very interesting. Futures markets have been pricing in a more aggressive Fed. There's now a 69% chance that a first rate cut in September is followed by one immediately in
Order
October.
filled.
That's up from 34% before Governor Waller said he could support that cut in July. And while it's a close call, there's now a third cut priced in for December at 58%. All of this happening amid massive pressure from the president for the Fed to cut rates and cut them now. But while a couple of governors, as Sarah said, look ready to go now, the center of the committee, as far as I can tell, still seems to back the chair's approach of wait, see, and then probably cut. Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, there's the fall. Daly mentioned fall. She mentioned July as explicitly as Bowman and Waller did. Steve, this idea that the president, because he's so displeased with the Fed chair, could appoint a new Fed chair before the time is up next May, right? Where Powell, as a shadow Fed chair, that people call it, you know, let Powell serve out his term, but appoint someone sooner rather than later. Have we ever seen anything like that? How would that work?
No, I mean, there's a couple questions that surround that. The first one is whether or not he would actually submit that person for nomination for approval from the Senate early. That would be one question. The other question is whether or not how much sway that person would have with the committee. Now, you might want to, as a committee member, side on the part of the incoming person. On the other hand, Goolsbee told us he gets a lot of opinions from a lot of people about what they should do with the funds rate. There is, as you know, an existing shadow mark committee. It's been around for decades. They've been telling the Fed what they ought to do. So he's like, hey, it's just another opinion out there, and we'll take that under advisement, but not give it any more particular weight with the Fed chair, who is the current person in the seat.
I do wonder if one more benign inflation report would do it. Like, if they get one more read that doesn't show a perk up in inflation, if that seals the deal. Is that what we're looking for?
I think that's a totally plausible way to think about it. Give us one more June. If it doesn't show up, if it doesn't bleed over into other areas, the non-tariff areas, and you have a little bit of weakness on the jobs report would help the case quite a bit. But I think you're right. But remember, Sarah, they are going to meet in July, but they don't meet in August. That's why everybody's pointing to September, because I think people agree with your general take, which is one more benign inflation report.
Outside of tomorrow's, because we're going to get one for tomorrow, but that's
Well, we know what that is, the PCE.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the consumption numbers tomorrow to see how well the consumer's doing. That's the big number to me at 8:30.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Steve Leisman. Coming up, AI's blind spot. Why the next wave of AI models might not be able to live up to investors' sky-high expectations. We'll be right back.
Franklin Templeton Custom Tax Management. Easily create custom SMAs with our Canvas platform and help investors keep more of what they earn. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Did you know that your life insurance policy is an asset that you can sell? Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. I'm the CEO of Abacus Life, and for almost 20 years, we've been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. In fact, you can use the free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com, and in just seconds, you can learn what your policy might be worth.
The premiums were getting unreasonable, so we sold ours.
And for more than we expected.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Selling your life insurance policy can be a safe, smart choice for many seniors. Don't sell or lapse your policy before going to abacuspays.com or calling 1-800-900-PAYS to learn what the fair market value of your policy might be. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost-effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Silver is at a 10-year high. Kootenai Silver boasts one of the largest resources owned by a junior company. With the new high-grade discovery in Mexico, the potential for growth and leverage to silver is significant.
Order filled.
Kootenai Silver.
Introducing
Order
CNBC
submitted.
Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source
Order
in business
filled.
news. Watch live or
Order
on demand.
filled.
Access
Order
any
submitted.
market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming.
Order canceled.
CNBC.com/plus.
Order
now.
submitted.
Golf? It's always bigger in Texas.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
You are kidding me. Absolutely stunning.
Order filled. Order canceled.
It's a party out here. Live is lit.
Order submitted.
Start the party here in Dallas.
Where do you go to a golf tournament and get an amazing concert? Nowhere but Live Golf.
Order
Get your
canceled.
tickets to Live Golf Dallas.
Meta, bust rate Frank again.
Bummer. Last time you got a replacement Frank at Fins and Friends.
Let's go get us another Frank. I can't remember what Frank looked like.
Frank was an orange and white fantail fish.
Bag it.
Reminder, Zoe's school gets out in 10 minutes.
Gotta be tight. Hey!
Everyone loved meeting Frank at Show and Tell. Who's that?
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Tech stocks continuing to rally, powering this market to a record high on the S&P. The NASDAQ 100 hitting its own record high. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Broadcom at or near all-time highs on their own. But could the market be overlooking a major risk popping up in the next leg of the AI trade? Deirdre Bosa digging into that in today's
Order
Tech
canceled.
Check. What are you worried about, Deirdre?
Well, this is what I'm worried about. AI's next big promise is reasoning. These are models that can think through problems, make plans, even act as agents. And this is a shift that is really driving the hype around agents, artificial general intelligence. That's a promise that machines could match or even surpass human intelligence. The twist, and what is maybe cause for worry, is that these models, they do mimic reasoning, but a growing body of research suggests that they just totally break down when pushed beyond narrow tasks. For our latest Tech Check take, we dove into that research, and we talked to some of the leading founders in artificial intelligence. Here's Databricks CEO Ali Ghodsi.
It's awful at very common sense things that you and I would do in our sleep. And that's, I think, a fundamental limitation of the reasoning models right now. That was not true in the previous paradigm. And by previous paradigm, I mean 2 whole years ago, when we were doing pre-training. Right. The new model would just be better at everything.
Well, that's where the market risk comes in. Wall Street is betting that smarter models, reasoning models, mean more demand for compute, more infrastructure, more upside for names like NVIDIA and the whole AI trade. But if the models cannot scale or generalize, all that spend might not lead to productivity. It could just be sunk cost. And that is something that has rattled the tech trade before, when progress stalled late last year and when DeepSeek showed the limitations of Western models and narrowed the gap between US and China. Now, reasoning is the new narrative, and with it, we've seen this rebound. It's also fueling Zuckerberg's recruiting drive, Jensen Huang's trillion-dollar bull case for physical AI, and it's at the crux of the Microsoft OpenAI relationship and whether a breakthrough in reasoning could trigger artificial general intelligence, ending that partnership and redefining who controls the future of AI. Put another way, this is a technical debate that is all over Silicon Valley and tech, and it has potentially massive financial consequences for Wall Street, and that is why investors should be paying attention. We break it all down in our latest Tech Check take, AI's multi-billion-dollar blind spot. You can catch it on YouTube or on CNBC.com, Sarah.
Who are the companies that this would most
Order
impact?
submitted.
I mean, it could impact everyone, the whole trade. It could impact NVIDIA, AMD, the cloud players, right? It's sort of what we saw at the end of last year when we saw that pre-training phase. It hit a wall, the data wall, and people were wondering, where's the ROI, right? Investors wonder, where do we actually make money from this thing? Reasoning is hailed as the next big breakthrough, but what an increasing number of researchers are finding out is that it's not actually that smart. So does the market take a pause again and think, hold on a second, we need to see the return on investment here before we pour hundreds of billions of dollars more into these models, developing them and buying into the promise of them.
Can't all these genius engineers going between OpenAI and Facebook for $100 million signing bonuses figure this out?
They're all working on it. And I mean, reasoning models are supposed to be getting better and better and keep the AI boom going. But, something that Ali Ghodsi says, who works in this space, who's very familiar with it, is that they just can't generalize. So what we need are very specific, specialized models. That might be enough, but that's not AGI. That's not super intelligence. All these things that Mark Zuckerberg and Jensen Huang and others are working on.
Okay, Deirdre, thank you for flagging it for us. We'll read more about it on Deirdre's Tech Check letter. As for the overall market, we're getting awfully close to a record high for the S&P 500. Take a look at where we are. Another day of lift here for most of the sectors. The number to watch is 61.47. That would be the intraday record high. Again, as Deirdre mentioned, NASDAQ 100 at its own record high. Tech has really been fueling it, but it's been broader than that. We see groups like materials and financials and industrials playing into the trade.
Order filled.
We'll get the PCE report tomorrow for May. As Steve said, we pretty much know that that's going to be a benign one. We're waiting for more data for June, and then I'll see you next at the end of the day for Nike earnings, which are out. Important read on the consumer and also on the state of the turnaround for that company. That does it for us. Now over to Scott and the halftime report.
Order filled.
All right, Sarah, thanks so much. Welcome
Order
to the halftime
filled.
report. I'm Scott
Order
Walker, front and
submitted.
center this hour. The new high playbook as stocks close in on another major
Order
milestone.
submitted.
We're trading the markets today, as always, with the investment committee. Joining me
Order
for the hour,
filled.
Josh
Order
Brown,
submitted.
Jenny Harrington, Shannon Sakosha, Rob Sechin. We will go to the markets. We are green across the board. Sarah was just telling you we're not that far away from a new high on the S&P, 0.3%. The market just continues, Josh, to march higher. We are on pace now for its best May to June stretch since 1997, up near 10% during that period of time. This market continues to climb, a wall of worry, a wall of whatever, but it continues to go up.
Yeah, the playbook is very simple, and it's been the same playbook since the market bottomed, and that is momentum. But I want to talk about why. The S&P 500 is up 23% in total return since April 8th. Stock picking has been somewhat difficult for a lot of professional asset managers who are looking at every sector and trying to build a balanced portfolio, because we definitely have haves and have-nots. From the bottom through today, only 165 names in the S&P 500 are outperforming the index. So it's about 33% of all stocks do better than the index. Year to date, the S&P is up only 4%, which is a below average year, obviously. And you've got 220 stocks beating the index, so about 44%. So year to date, it's been a little bit easier. When you look at the momentum factor, it is far and away the best performing factor. Nothing's even close.